ko Mary toku ingoa tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. So thank you very much, Mr. Barrett, for the karakia and for blessing this hearing for us. So look, my name is Mary O'Callaghan. I've been appointed as the hearing panel for this hearing, okay, it's working. That's good. What I don't want to hear from is myself, but anyway. So look, where was I? I was just saying that I've been appointed as the chairperson for this hearing, and my fellow commissioners, I'll just pass over to allow them to introduce themselves. So Jade.
Tēnā tātou, ko Jade Wikaira tōku ingoa huri tēnei no Ngāti Tūwhare toa Te Whānau Apunui anō Te Hokianga. Tēnā tātou, kia ora everyone, I'm Jade Wikaira, one of the commissioners. Kia ora.
Kia ora everybody, I'm Linda Kirkminster. I don't know if I need to introduce more than that.
That's fine, thank you.
Glad to be here.
Right, so look, we've been appointed to hear this application for the resource consent application for Te Uruhi, the proposed Kapiti Gateway project for Kapiti Island. So I'll just cover off some housekeeping matters. So first of all, can I just ask everybody to make sure that their phones are on silent at this point or off. Now the fire exit, so if there is a fire, the procedure is to exit by either of these doors here. We then turn right, we walk down a corridor to the end, we pass through two sets of doors. We'll end up in the car park where out the front of the council building and where the library is. We then walk between the building, between the library and this building towards the council vehicle car park out the other side. So that's where we go in event of emergency. So in terms of bathrooms, they're just immediately out here and on the opposite side of the hallway. There's a couple of bathrooms there. If people need Wi-Fi, there is a guest council guest Wi-Fi that has no password, so that's easy enough to hook into. I have managed to do that myself. So at this point, I'd just like to take attendance. So if we can just perhaps start from this side and then we'll go around the room in anti-clockwise and just ask that people introduce themselves and maybe don't go too fast, just so that I can be clear on who is here in the room. So I'll just make sure that we're checking that off on the agenda somewhere. So thank you.
Tēnā koe, Madam Chair, kia ora koutou, kia ora tātou katoa. Ko Dave Randall toku ingoa. I'm Dave Randall, Council for Kapiti Coast District Council as the applicant for resource consent. I'm here with my colleague Esther Bennett. And would you like the witness team to introduce themselves? Thank you.
Kia ora katoa, Alison Moore, on behalf of the Kapiti Coast District Council as applicant.
Kia ora, Emma McLean, Senior Planner on behalf of Kapiti Coast District Council.
Good morning, I'm Elliot Clinton, Principal Planner at Catris, supporting the applicant.
Check. Tēnā rā tātou, ko Naomi Solomon tōku ingoa heri tēnei no Ngāti Tōrangatira.
Tēnā koe te mana whakahaere, John Barrett representing Te Atiawa Ki Whakarangatai Charitable Trust, the mandated organisation for Te Atiawa Ki Whakarangatai.
So we'll just go to the back of the room. So we'll do the front row, the second row, and then there's a third row, I think. So, sorry, that was Darren Hunter.
Darren, yeah.
And we've got Zena. Sharon Hunter supporting Zena Knight. Okay. Go to the next row. Oh, yeah. Michael Wilson. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't catch that one. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, what was that surname? Thank you. And at the back. Okay. And got some down the back there. Sorry, now the next name was Session. And Emma, thank you. And now this one.
Morena, Billy Rosenberg.
With KCDC.
Yora Cattell, Julia Williams, providing landscape advice to council.
Kia ora, Tom Anderson, consultant planner engaged by the resource consents team to do the section 42A report and planning evidence on behalf of the council.
Thank you.
Kia ora, Alan Brunson, resource consents.
Thanks everyone for that. And look, it looks like people have figured out these microphones, so that's great. I didn't, yeah, you just have to push the buttons apparently when they're on. And thanks everyone at the back. I could hear you fine, so that's appreciated. Can you hear us okay at the back? Ah. Okay, so is there no speakers for the, oh, I just need to talk closer. Okay. Do you want to just test
Is that better? Kia ora.
I just need to get closer, don't I? Yeah.
And what about when the other people at the table are talking? Can you hear them? Okay, all right. Let's just all maybe move our microphones closer so that people can hear okay. So look, we've circulated an agenda which sets out the order in which people that we're proposing to have people speak to us. And then we do have some copies of the agenda here, so hopefully people have got those. We're going to deal with any procedural issues first. And then we will hear from the applicant in their case, the submitters, and then the council regulatory agency in its capacity as Section 42A will follow after that. And then there's a final opportunity for the applicant to have a right of reply. The hearing procedures are set and are fairly standard to provide for fairness and ensure an opportunity for all parties to speak. Just a reminder that when people are speaking, other parties are not allowed to directly question, but you will have an opportunity to respond to any matters that might irk you that someone says or are incorrect in your opinion when it's your turn to talk. So do take a note so that you remember to come back to it at that point. The hearing panel may seek to clarify matters from other parties as we go along, but that's purely at our discretion and choice to do that. We don't need to be invited by other parties to do that. Thanks. I'd just like to reiterate that this panel is an independent body and we will base our decision on the information in the application, the submissions, the evidence that we hear over the next few days at the hearing, including the reporting officer's report, but it is by no means a matter of fait accompli. We will be assessing the application afresh as part of our job. So look, the first procedural that I've foreshadowed we need to deal with is the matter concerning the service of the officer's report and the council as applicant's evidence on one submitter, Zena Knight. Now look, we have been advised by Emma Bean, the hearing administrator, that she was contacted by a representative for the submitter on Friday, I believe, and confirmed that there was no intention to call expert evidence, and there was confirmation that the speaking slot that had been generated on the agenda for tomorrow of 20 minutes was sufficient. But I'd just like to invite the parties to confirm whether there are any concerns around proceeding with the hearing as scheduled in terms of the ability to participate fully through that administration era on the service of documents. So I'm happy to hear from the submitter first, or if I've summarised it correctly, then I don't need to hear anything further. Okay, thank you. Anything to add from the applicant?
No, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Nothing from the council? Okay, well, look, thank you for that. It's appreciated being able to proceed within the allocated hearing time. So look, at this point, I'll just ask if there's any further procedural issues that any parties wish to raise.
Just one very minor one, Madam Chair. You might have seen the memorandum of council we sent in accompanying the applicant's evidence noted that weird point about the Queen Elizabeth II Memorial Day. No one's raised any issue about, you know, that's cut away a working day out of the statutory time frame, for example, for the Section 42A report to come in and the applicant's evidence to come in. We're obviously all ready to go and there's no issue there. I don't think to cover off, other than perhaps in your written decision, you might just want to note that a waiver formally of those statutory timeframes could be required.
Yeah, look, correct me if I'm wrong, but that would have only impacted if there's any expert evidence to be filed by the submitters, which there hasn't been. Is that correct?
It would have impacted that, you're right.
Yeah, but it hasn't
also
impacted the
42A report and the applicant's evidence. So the 42A report, of course, would have been 15 days. Should have been 15 clear days prior to the
right. Okay.
So it's a very minor point.
Okay. All right. I don't think there's any impact on parties unless there'd been an intention to call some other expert evidence. Is probably my point.
No, I agree with that.
Sure.
We assume that in our application for the submitters, council's been very slow to actually follow the documents in the box. So if you're following up, and recently the last submission, saying that so I'll clear that up with Emma, but I'm just going forward, especially if the hearing doesn't come to resolve that we're happy with that, then it gets the appropriate documentation. Why read the box? That's why Bishop proposed rather that he's going to be with herself, but then note on the front that she received the documents from them. Given the comments about the 15 days of the submission period and the ability to have it but we were to proceed beyond the hearing, that we would like time to prepare by receiving those documents.
Look, I don't think that I have any jurisdiction to deal with matters in the future. The matter that we're concerned about here is whether or not the party that you're assisting has been disadvantaged for this hearing. So sorry, look, I'm not sure what was sent out this morning.
Madam Chair, if I can help, perhaps those were the applicant's legal submissions,
Right.
and those
So-
were just sent in advance. Just, as you're aware,
Yes.
those are provided and tabled at the hearing. I certainly have a hard copy for Ms. Knight and for everyone else. But otherwise, on behalf of the applicant, we certainly are well aware now of Ms. Knight's situation, and we'll do whatever we can to make sure she gets documents as quickly as possible.
Look, that's exactly why we raised this as a potential procedural issue to deal with today, to give her the opportunity to say that she's not satisfied with it. And you've confirmed that you are satisfied to proceed with the hearing. If you're not, then we need to understand that.
Going forward, we'd like to acknowledge that it's the case to try to leave that lie, but going forward and be active beyond your ability, your restrictions, but through the hearing to further correspondence.
Yes.
Everything should be via mail.
Yes, look, we understand that, and it's unfortunate that error happened. That the next step would be after this, if the parties weren't satisfied with the decision, they have obviously a right to appeal at the Environment Court. The council will, we rely on the council staff to confirm our decision when we make that. And that will be, that has to be within 15 working days of us closing the hearing. And so, I think staff are well aware of the need to provide hard copies. But, with all things, there can be human error. So, and then if you didn't receive it and were disadvantaged and couldn't get an appeal in time and thought that you were still wishing to appeal, then that would be a matter that you'd have to get agreed with the Environment Court, I think. So, we wouldn't have any jurisdiction at that point. But I guess what we can do is be clear on when that should be expected, and yeah. All right. So any other procedural issues or any concerns with the hearing times on the agenda? So look, the communication that was circulated this morning hasn't been read by anyone, I imagine, and that's what Mr. Randall will take us through this morning. So there's no disadvantage there in that regard. But are there any other issues with the agenda or with timings constraints? Okay, and I'm sitting here asking if we need to make any further amendments to that timetable to accommodate people's availability. So there's no disadvantage around the agenda. I'm asking, have you got a copy of the agenda in front of you now? Right. So perhaps we'll get, have we got some further copies? So perhaps if people can't see one, if they can share with others that are sitting nearby, to make them available. Are you able to see a copy of it now? So look, I mean, the agenda is needs to be inherently flexible because some things may be quicker and some things may take a little bit longer. It will depend on the number of questions that we have for the people that are presenting. So look, the main thing is that we have set an agenda which really intends to spend today dealing with the applicant's case and tomorrow dealing with the submitters' cases. So if you're able to be here for the full day, then I'll encourage that. If you are time constrained and can only be here for part of the time, then I'm just asking for people to let me know. And at this stage, we haven't got anything scheduled for Wednesday, but we'll have to just see how we go and whether we need that time for on the Wednesday. Is everyone clear on that now? Comfortable? I see some nodding. Good, thank you. All right, just check my notes. I think we're good to go. So, so we're confirming that there's no issues around the procedural issue with the notification. So we're proceeding on that basis that there's no disadvantage as the affected party has agreed to it. So we'll confirm that in our decision, and we'll also confirm the matter that Mr. Randall was talking about with the public holiday. So at this point, we're going for time. We're going pretty well. So we're just slightly ahead of time. So I'd like to invite the applicant to address us, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So yeah, Ms. Bennett and I will speak to the legal submissions that we sent in advance. Take take the chair's point that people won't have had a chance to read those yet. Nonetheless, you know, there aren't a whole lot of matters of a specific legal nature that I think we need to trouble you with. We've highlighted a number, and we'll pause on those on the way through. Otherwise, the document really serves as an overview of the legal framework for your decision that you'll understand very well already, and signposts, you know, the evidence that you will have read too. So I don't think we'll need to take very long to work through that document quickly. As I said, I've got a number of hard copies here, which I'll just place at the back of the room on that table on the other side. Or I've sort of handed them out to people who were here earlier on, but otherwise people could help themselves to the written document if they're interested. And I'll just do that now while Ms. Bennett addresses you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tēnā koutou, ko Esther Bennett for Koingoa. Just wanted to get that out of the way because I realised when we did the round the room that I think I was the only person that didn't introduce myself. So as Mr. Randall mentioned, we act on behalf of Kapiti Coast District Council in its applicant capacity. for this land use consent to construct and operate buildings known as Te Uruhi and to carry out related works in relation to that project in McLean Park, Paraparomu Beach. I will quickly go through the structure of our legal submissions. So we'll start off with a principal submission, which I will speak to. I will then hand over to Mr. Randall, who will quickly set out a context and background to the project. He will go through the statutory framework for the panel's decision. He will talk about how that framework applies in this case with reference to the evidence on environmental effects, the proposed conditions, relevant planning instruments. He will speak to Section 104D of the Resource Management Act, which is relevant in this case, as this project does trigger a non-complying activity status. Speak to part 2 of the RMA, and then he will finish off with introducing our witnesses. The project was gifted the name Te Uruhi by iwi in acknowledgement of the deep connections of mana whenua to the location, which is a former pā site, and to the wider area. This is a really important part of the project. It's been the driving force since the project was originally conceived over 30 years ago now. And as I mentioned, Mr. Randall will speak a little bit more to the background when he gets to it a little bit later. And yeah, these mana whenua connections really are the backbone to the project. Now, this is a partnership project, and the applicant has worked closely with its mana whenua partners, Atiawa Ki Whakarongotai Charitable Trust and Te Runanga o Tō Rangatira, and also in conjunction with the Department of Conservation on this. They worked really hard on the development of this project for a number of years, and they've been guided by dedicated governance structures, as well as the overarching McLean Park Reserve Management Plan, which Alison Law, one of our witnesses, our council witnesses, she speaks to in her evidence. Mr. Randall will also speak to that briefly in his section as well. So Te Uruhi is really the result of this collaboration, this long-standing collaboration. It's a high-quality development that will celebrate tangata whenua and their deep connection with Kapiti, while at the same time helping to protect the indigenous flora and fauna of the island, of Kapiti Island, through a purpose-built biosecurity facility. As well as those two dual purposes, it will have a visitor centre, the Visitor Discovery Centre, and iwi designed whakaido, and it will promote the Kapiti Coast as a tourist destination with a rich cultural history and a unique natural landscape. And some of our witnesses that are here today will speak a little bit more to those specific elements of the project. The project has a number of other diverse benefits. These are set out in the applicant's evidence of as I said, our witnesses will speak to those a little bit more. The Section 42A report prepared by Mr. Anderson also notes those benefits as well. The strong support of Atiawa and Ngāti Toa underscores the significant opportunity that this project provides for local iwi. And the other benefits that I've highlighted relate to biosecurity, as I've mentioned, tourism, economics, and educational opportunities. And in addition, Te Uruhi will be accessible and it will be resilient to natural hazards, including in its ability to be relocated in response to climate change. Put simply, this is an exciting and highly beneficial way for this public space to be used at an appropriate location, given its gateway purpose to the island. In contrast, as I mentioned earlier, although the land use consent does have a non-complying activity status overall, this is just due to two minor aspects of the proposal related to a small-scale retail activity proposed at the Te Uruhi building, and also a signage component. And Ms. McLean, our expert plan, will speak to that. The applicants, that said, the project only has really minor, modest adverse effects on the environment. So the applicant's case is that this is a project that is well aligned with the relevant planning documents. It comfortably passes both of the gateways for non-complying activities under Section 104D of the RMA. I just wanted to, on behalf of the applicant, thank all of the people that submitted on this project, a number of whom are here today, and acknowledge that change can be unsettling. the applicant accepts the expert evidence that upgrading these facilities in McLean Park, although they are proposed for the benefit of all people, both members of the community here and visitors to the district, accept that there will be some localized adverse effects, including on submitters' views across Marine Parade and the reserve. The applicant has taken expert evidence on appropriate ways to mitigate these effects, and those measures are incorporated in the project. And we'll go through those measures in more detail as well. Now, while the project is not particularly contentious in RMA or planning terms, there has been some recent correspondence which the panel will be aware of through submitters and on behalf of the applicant's council, which highlights some broader controversy regarding the project, which is understood to relate to primarily matters of funding and economic viability. And the panel has issued some minutes already dealing with these. I just, on behalf of the applicant, wanted to reiterate with the greatest respect to the panel and the submitters that those are not relevant matters for RMA decision-making. They're questions for the boardroom and not the courtroom. Rather, the focus of this hearing and the panel's deliberations on this project will be on the environmental effects of the project, considered in the context of the relevant planning and policy documents, including the district plan, the regional policy statement, and national policy statements. The applicant's expert witnesses and the consent authority are in broad agreement about the effects and planning matters. And just by way of summary, but it's important, those matters of broad agreement are the project will have a number of important positive effects. Any adverse environmental effects will be at an acceptable level, and that takes into account the proposed mitigation measures and conditions. The project meets both limbs of the gateway tests for non-complying activities. It's an appropriate development for the site, including in the context of the coastal environment. And when considering its positive and adverse effects in light of the applicable statutory provisions, the project will be acceptable, and there is agreement between the expert planners that consent should be granted in this case. Now, although those expert opinions are unchallenged, given that no expert evidence has been filed on behalf of any submitters, it's understood that the panel will want to discuss the submitters' concerns with the relevant witnesses. So the applicant's witnesses are here and are very willing to answer any questions that you may have for them. As well as those witnesses being available, council's legal submissions do signpost some of the key issues that submitters have raised, and we'll go through those in due course. Just to summarise the principal submission, I'll finish up by saying on the information currently before the panel, the grounds on which to grant consent for Te Uruhi are compelling, and the applicant respectfully invites the panel to grant consent on the conditions proposed. And I'll just hand over to Mr. Randall now to continue on. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. I'll just speak very briefly to the context for the project and its background. I'll take paragraph 15 of the document where I'm at as read. But the short point there, and I think it's well understood, the biosecurity facilities currently for visiting the island, which really is a jewel in the crown of conservation efforts in this country, those biosecurity facilities currently are suboptimal, and this project will bring them into line with best practice. As I say, that's well understood. Perhaps more surprisingly, and I'm at paragraph 16 now, and Ms. Solomon and Mr. Barrett speak to this in their evidence. There is currently a lack of mana whenua visibility in this district, notwithstanding the very rich, long history of Māori settlement and migration through the area. And as such, iwi see Te Uruhi is a very important opportunity for the customary presence of mana whenua and the contemporary presence of mana whenua to be brought to the fore in this culturally significant place. As to the background for the project, as Bennett mentioned, it's been a long time in the making, over 30 years. And Ms. Law's evidence and Mr. Barrett's evidence speak to that point. It's been a collaborative exercise. I'm at paragraph 18 now. And again, you will have seen the evidence, so I'm getting a bit of a ring there, I hope you're not. So I'm sorry about that. Got any tips on how to?
I think it's gone now.
Apologies, I heard it during my talk as well. So.
Oh, okay.
I'll box on.
Gotcha.
Sorry, I was at paragraph 18 and just noting that the development of the project has been very much a collaborative exercise. You will have seen the evidence about the partnership with Ngāti Toa Rangatira and Te Atiawa, but also Ms. Law's evidence in particular of the consultation exercise that the council's undertaken, which has been a long one and a broad one. Turning to the activities. And sorry, Madam Chair, I should have said, you feel free to stop us at any stage if you've got questions along the way. Yeah. So I'm at paragraph 19 now of the written submissions, which summarise the activities for which land use consent sought here. That's been done already, of course. Those activities are well described in the application itself and Mr. Anderson's report. So I think I can take paragraph 19 as read. If there are any questions about the elements that make up the project, we're very happy to answer those. And likewise, paragraph 20, it's well understood that this application has been notified on a limited basis to affected persons. But there are three legal points that I'd just like to briefly cover off in respect to the scope of the application. The first is that Ms. McLean points this out in her evidence, her planning evidence. Since the application's been lodged, there are two additional rule triggers that have been identified, district plan rule triggers that weren't, there wasn't a bright light, excuse the pun, shone on those in the application documents. But that's not an issue for reasons I'll explain. There's just the two triggers quickly. One relates to lighting, which is that the district plan, I think, permits lighting of public spaces like car parks and cycle paths and things, permits lighting above a certain intensity. So 10 lux plus is permitted. You're allowed to light a car park, for example, like that. In response to concerns raised by submissions about submitters about glare and lighting of the project, across the road from them, the applicant has taken further advice about what a lighting scheme might look like for those areas, and now proposes to have dimmer lighting during the nighttime hours of those spaces, which the advice is will still be fit for purpose in terms of SEPTED principles and things like that, but will, together with sensible and measures that would be implemented in any case, such as directing lights away from sensitive receivers and things like that. Having a lower light will achieve what it needs to, but address these concerns. And having the lower light levels triggers the need for consent kind of perversely, reducing what are seen as adverse effects has the effect of requiring you to obtain consent. The second one is about signage on the front of the Te Uruhi building. That signage is clearly shown on the architectural renderings. It's just lettering on the front of the structure. But it's been identified that facade of the structure is actually within the road reserve. The road reserve cuts in at a strange angle in that car park where the buildings are proposed. And the facade's actually, I think, not within the reserve lot, but is in the road reserve, and that signage in the road reserve triggers the need for consent as well on a non-complying basis. And I'm at paragraph 23 now, where I just note that those elements are clearly, the signage is clearly shown in the application documents, and likewise the requirement to light the paths and car parks and things is discussed in the application documents, but those specific rules triggering consent weren't highlighted. That doesn't create a barrier to the panel granting consent for those activities, though, because the RMA foresees, I think, this situation, and section 104.5 is kind of tailor-made for it. that says that a consent authority can grant a resource consent on the basis that the activity is a controlled activity, restricted discretionary activity, discretionary and non-complying activity, regardless of what type of activity the application was expressed to be for. So just to note that there's no scope or other issue in relation to the panel's ability to grant consent for those things. The second legal point, just to touch on, is the retail activity proposed for this activity, for the Te Uruhi buildings. This is one reason why this application has non-complying activity status overall, this retail aspect, and some people have raised concerns about that. I think the concerns generally are about what that might look like, and one can understand that, the spectre of kind of unlimited retail activity in this public space might not feel quite right. And through the witnesses, the applicants have sought to assure people that this is just sort of small-scale retail activity associated with the recreational use of this land. So things like tour tickets to the island could quite sensibly be sold from this location. People normally buy them online these days anyway, but that will be an aspect. And things like drinks and snacks, that people might want to enjoy while they're recreating in this space. It's that sort of order of things. But the legal point is that restriction exists anyway as a matter of law, because this is a recreation reserve, and the Reserves Act effectively limits commercial activity, or the ability for council, for example, to grant a lease to someone or a license to someone for commercial activity, to those sorts of activities that go hand in hand with the recreational reserve status of this land. And I've explained that there at paragraph 24. The third legal point, just to cover off quickly, is that a couple of the submitters have suggested that this application should have been fully publicly notified, or notified to additional affected persons. And as you'll be well aware, Commissioners, this is not the forum to revisit or to challenge the notification decision. There are other legal forums for that. But there is a section 1043D that's relevant to this question. And I mean, the short point is that there's no expert evidence before you, and in my respectful submission, there's no other credible evidence before you that there is any person who is affected by this to a more than minor degree and should have been notified that wasn't. That's the short answer to those submission points. The written document next goes to the statutory framework for the panel's decision, and I do intend to take this as read largely because, again, this is a non-complying activity, so section 104D applies, and I'll address you on that a little bit later. But that'll be well understood, as will the other sections that apply to your decision making. Section 104, section 104B, the condition making sections 108, 108AA, and part 2 of the RMA, which, as you know, your decision on whether or not to grant consent is subject to part 2. I will talk about that very briefly. But yeah, so paragraphs sort of 28 through 34 of the written document, I'll take as read. But certainly if Commissioners, you've got any questions about the legal framework, I'm very happy to talk to you about that, if that would assist. I will touch on part 2, because in the last few years, there have been some legal developments in this area, the relevance of and the operation of part 2 provisions when you're deciding on an application for resource consent. As you know, that section 104 is expressed as being subject to part 2, which is standard legislative drafting, which means, in the event of any inconsistency between those other things listed in section 104 and part 2, then part 2 prevails. Yeah, and the Court of Appeal recently, as a few years ago now, in the RJ Davidson Trust case has explained, clarified for us all the role of part 2, and I've summarised that in paragraph 35 of the written submission. Basically, it means, yeah, ordinarily you should consider directly the provisions of Part 2. But you might find that where the district plan and here the RPS and the national policy statements have given expression to Part 2 in this local context in a way that hasn't sort of missed anything out. And there's a pretty clear consenting outcome that those planning documents give you. You might find that going back to first principles in Part 2 doesn't really add anything to your evaluation. I think that's essentially the planner's view in this case, but it's ultimately a legal question. And with my respectful submission to you, if this was the Environment Court, I think I'd consider directly Part 2 as well, just as a belt and braces perhaps, or just as a final check. But you know, it's subject to Part 2. Normally, you should do it. And certainly, as I'll explain, I think this project gains strong support from Part 2. Move on to talk about the effects on the environment. And again, the commissioners have had in advance the expert and other evidence about effects, and you've read that. I won't go through in detail what all that evidence says. Of course, effects, you know, RMA decision-making is an effects-based exercise primarily, so the effects are going to be very important for you in your consideration in their own right, and when you come to look at the planning provisions, which equally, you know, put those effects in context here. I'll talk to you briefly about 5 categories of effects that I've listed at paragraph 39 there, starting with positive effects. And just to note, at hearings like this, the focus really tends to be on submission points and concerns about the adverse effects of a proposal, and rightly so. I understand that, you know, that it's very important, particularly in a sensitive location like this, for a project to be well designed and, you know, for adverse effects on neighbours and more broadly to be minimised and dealt with very sensitively. But it's really important in your overall evaluation that appropriate weight is given to the positive effects of the proposal. There can be a tendency in hearings to gloss those, again, for reasons that I understand, but they are important to consider. And in this case, in my submission, they are compelling. Starting with mana whenua and cultural benefits, and it really is a privilege to be able to make this submission, which I set out at paragraph 42 there. This project has been developed in partnership with Ngāti Toa and with Te Atiawa, and both iwi have expressed their strong support for the project. That partnership has been very important because, as I say, and I note there at paragraph 43, this site is significant, really significant as a former past site and situated directly opposite Kapiti Island. And so the nature of that cultural connection really is very strong, and it's kind of palpable when you go to this place. I've quoted there from Mr. Barrett's evidence, which certainly resonated very strongly with me, where he says that nowhere else in this district is there a place where all 3 iwi, Atiawa, Ngāti Toa and Ngāti Raukawa, can recount their tribal stories, and nowhere is it more appropriate to do so than at this location on Paraparaumu Beach, directly in front of the island that features so prominently in those histories. The project is therefore an important visual representation of the relationship and connection of mana whenua to the site and to Kapiti Island. This project will enable mana whenua to share their stories, history and tikanga with the local community and visitors, supporting the expression of cultural values, which, as Ms. Solomon and Mr. Barrett have explained, in the district are unfortunately limited. Biosecurity benefits are important to note as well. The panel will have read the evidence of Mr. Holm Moya for the Department of Conservation. As I mentioned him, perhaps I should have raised him earlier in the sense that, again, when the evidence was filed, the commissioners might have noted that he's not able to be present. He's away on leave this week. And I'm not sure if anyone will take issue with him not being present here. If the commissioners have questions about biosecurity in particular and the operation of the tours and the pest-free nature of the island and so forth, Mr. Barrett and other witnesses here are very well versed in those matters and might be able to answer any questions that the commissioners have got. Otherwise, we can ask them directly to Mr. Holm-Moyer and get answers for you. But anyway, to summarize those paragraphs about biosecurity benefits, as I mentioned before, current facilities are less than ideal, and this will really bring them up to standard, which is important because of the precious nature of the island. Economic and tourism benefits. Again, there's evidence from Mr. Ward, Mark Ward, on this, who's present today. And I won't steal his thunder, but clearly this is a project intended to enhance visitors' experience to the district, to provide a really high quality departure point for trips to the island, and to just be a very attractive and cool public space, which obviously is intended to have economic and tourism benefits that he describes in his evidence. So those are the key benefits of the project. In terms of the adverse or the potential adverse environmental effects, there's a heading there, cultural effects, on page 11, paragraph 52. Again, I'll take this as read. It's the same point again. This is a very sensitive location, a former past site. It's been really important that the project is designed and implemented in a really sensitive way. And you will have seen the cultural values and impact assessments that Mana Whenua have provided. And the key takeout from those is that it's really important for this project to be done in a collaborative way with iwi. That's been done to date. It's important that follows through to the next phases of the project too. And some conditions are now proposed to that effect. You might have seen those in Ms. McLean's evidence. It's a slightly odd one because they're not conditions I'd respectfully suggest that are necessary, given that these are just continuing structures and processes that are in hand already, and there's certainly no intention to stop them. But I think there's a general understanding and recognition that the panel might expect to see some formalization of that. So there it is in those conditions that are put forward now. I'm at the top of page 12 now. Traffic and transport effects. Again, you will have read the evidence of Ms. Taylor, who's here today. And Mr. Rodenberg likewise has input into the section 42A report. Paragraph 57, effectively the project replaces on a like-for-like basis current car parks to be occupied by Te Uruhi, and will not bring about any significant change in traffic congestion, the performance of the roundabout, which is at the northern part of the project, or of local intersections, or public safety for people, on Marine Parade, using the various car parks along that strip. And nor is any increase in camper van usage and associated issues anticipated as a result of this project. But nonetheless, the panel may have questions for those witnesses about parking and traffic related matters. Landscape and natural character effects are next. And again, Ms. Williams is here and Ms. Cray is here to answer any questions the panel may have on those things. If I could talk briefly to paragraph 60 onwards, you will have seen that the assessment's been carried out by reference to two main sort of centres of activity as part of the project. There's the Te Uruhi buildings site itself at the northern end, which is currently a car park. It's relatively well treed, and when you visit the site, or if you have already, you will have seen that location for those buildings. In terms of landscape values and natural character values, they're relatively compromised given the development that's been there to date. But the assessments look specifically at that area, and then likewise, and then look separately at an area in the south of the project, the southern part of McLean Park. It might be, I'm not sure, I found this a little bit confusing at first. understanding where the different car parking arrangements are, including in the southern part of the project. I found the traffic impact assessment and some of the aerial photos and that the best reference point for that. I can take you to those if that's useful. But effectively, there's the southernmost parking element of the project is already a car park, and it's to be reconfigured to make for more spaces there. A little bit to the north of that is what confusingly is referred to as the southern car park. And so again, there's an existing parking lot there, which is to be extended to the south in a dune area, a low dune area. And this is directly opposite the residences of a number of submitters, sort of 55, 56, 57-ish of Marine Parade. And so the landscape and natural character assessment focuses on that location, as well as the two Uruhi buildings in the north. And that area, this what we call the southern car park area, certainly does have a higher degree of natural character than the location for the Te Uruhi buildings proposed, but not in the experts' view. Character that would natural character that was classified properly as high, for example, which is certainly the classification for the adjoining area towards the coast, and certainly not outstanding or anything like that. And I think there's agreement amongst the experts that in that context, this development, the car park development, is not inappropriate, with respect primarily to the values, which, as you may recall from the King Salmon decision, is the correct way to understand what's inappropriate in the environment, is to look at the values sought to be protected. Here, the natural character values of that, the grassed dune area, to understand what might be appropriate or inappropriate. But clearly that this is a focus, natural character effects is a focus of the submissions from the people across the road there, and I imagine that those technical matters are things that the commissioners will want to pick through with the relevant experts. I should note there that there is considerable restoration planting proposed in that area. So between those car parking spaces, between and around those car parking spaces, that I think has been of some comfort for the experts and has been a key part of their consideration. Visual effects, the same witnesses will help you with those matters, but they're obviously a slightly different point. There are people who enjoy views currently across Marine Parade, across the public land to the island and the coast behind. And it's in many respects a kind of inevitable feature of an island gateway project like this, and a biosecurity center like this, that it needs to be located as close as possible to where the boats go from and the coast itself. So there's some degree of interruption of people's views is, as I say, inevitable, and that's accepted and understood and acknowledged by the council. And it's certainly tried as hard as it can to make sure that those are mitigated. And obviously there's only so far you can do, because if you put more trees up, you might have that might soften structures and things, but if you go too far, it becomes a perverse outcome where you are further blocking views and things. So it's a balance. It's been a balancing exercise. Council considers it's done what it can in that respect, notwithstanding that there are some adverse effects, for example, on Ms. Knight, that sort of fall into the moderate to high category. In terms of other effects, I'm at paragraph 69 now. The AEE contains a lot of technical information going to all of the adverse effects, I think, that are raised in submissions, and we haven't seen fit to sort of call witnesses under each of those heads. Sort of just wanted to acknowledge that. you know, coastal hazards, you know, liquefaction and earthquake matters, ecology, for example, just simply because it seemed to us that that the technical information in the application documents was quite clear. But certainly, if the commissioners have got any questions about any of those matters, then we can assist with that. Conditions. So the commissioners will have seen the set of conditions that Mr. Anderson really helpfully appended to his Section 42A report, and then Ms. McLean added a few proposed ones around those mana whenua processes, as I mentioned, around lighting and signage. But since then, it's kind of a relatively late breaking news. The planners proactively, which is great, have you know, caucused together and provided a written statement to you on Friday that you will have seen effectively. You know, and there are different ways, of course, to mitigate effects and to you know, to address things through conditions. But as between them, they are comfortable with the set as is. There was another addition, I think, in there around lighting. But they are obviously best placed to direct questions to around conditions. I'll speak briefly to paragraphs 73 and 74 and 75, and this may be something that I can discuss with Mr. Anderson and Ms. Williams in a break. There was a question there around what the opening hours, the operating hours of the centre might be once built. And I think it was related to lighting, the question, because you will have seen in the conditions proposed nighttime lighting restrictions, you know, as mentioned before, to sort of dim down the lighting below the permitted district plan standard in the car parks and things like that. And the hours for that dimming is proposed to be 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. every night. And I think the question was whether that the inference to be drawn was that the opening hours of the building would be, the other hours would be 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., which is certainly not the intention. There's a question, I think, being posed as to whether conditions should limit the operating hours of the visitor centre. I don't think those are necessary, but happy to discuss that further. I'm not sure if there's an effects basis for that. If it's related to lighting, perhaps. I mean, I think certainly during the summer time, hours could be later than that without having any lighting effects. So that's something we can explore. But the short point is that this is a municipal building. It's a public building. It won't be an open all hours type of situation. It's just really there to support the amenity of people recreating in the reserve and visiting the island. So the opening hours are likely to be the ones I've mentioned there in the written document. I'll move on just to talk briefly about the relevant planning instruments. And again, those have been clearly identified and discussed in detail by Mr. Anderson and Ms. McLean, which is great. Again, if the panel's got any questions about those, they can be directed at those. Witnesses or counsel might be able to assist. As a general observation, I think it's fair to say that this proposal is very well supported by the plans, and there's a relative lack of avoid policies or other policies that really merit close scrutiny. That's certainly my impression reading that evidence. But again, if the panel's got any specific questions about objectives and policies, then we can certainly work through those. I'll move on to talk about Section 104D. So as the panel knows, this provision in the RMA sets out the gateway tests. A non-complying activity such as this must pass through either one or the other of those two gateways. The first is the effects gateway, and there's a little bit of uncertainty, I think, on the evidence before you about this. So the panel might well have some questions of the relevant witnesses about this. You know, whether the project passes the effects gateway. And at paragraph 84 of the submissions, I've noted one point of of some uncertainty perhaps, and I think it's about, it comes out from the Section 42A report and the submissions about the Southern car park and whether effects on the perception, people's perception of natural character from those properties passes a certain threshold. Mr. Anderson, I think, has understood or suggested that those are at least a minor adverse effect on natural character perceived from those properties. And there's a couple of points to that. One is that I think human perception of natural character is just one of the various facets and factors that go to make up an assessment of what effects on natural character might be. And the Commissioner will be well aware of that. So the fact that effects on people's perceptions of natural character might be relatively high doesn't necessarily mean that effects on the intrinsic values of that place, the intrinsic natural character values, are more than minor, for example. But the second point is very much a legal one, which is that notwithstanding that some individual effects might be above a threshold, including effects on Ms. Knight's views from her property, for example, and those natural character perception effects, just because those might be more than minor of themselves, in terms of the Section 104D case law, that doesn't mean that you fail to pass the effects gateway necessarily, because that requires an evaluation in the round of the project's effects considered in their proper context. And we've included here a quote from the well-known Environment Court case from Waiheke SKP, where the judge said, as will be seen from our later analysis of effects on the environment, there are some which individually can be described as more than minor, for instance, in connection with visual amenity from certain properties. But the law is that the evaluation under this provision is to be undertaken on a holistic basis, looking over the entire application and a range of effects, not individual effects. And in my submission, that quote applies to the case here, where seen in their proper context and setting, this project is relatively small scale and its adverse effects are not significant. And Ms. McLean expresses that view as an expert planner too, relying on the evidence of other experts. At paragraph 87, I just make a kind of a technical observation, really, that if that was wrong, so if any more than minor effect on under any head on any one person, for example, closed the effects gateway, I mean, it can't be so, because that would really, for any notified application, of course, you have to pass that threshold for notification to be triggered. That would mean any non-complying notified application could only pass through the objectives and policies gateway, which is just simply not the case. It's an overall holistic assessment that's required. Nonetheless, there's also the objectives and policies gateway, and this project is not contrary to the relevant objectives and policies of the district plan, and I think that's clear on an overall holistic basis, but also, again, it's hard to find any individual objectives and policies that this project kind of rubs up against and require close consideration. And in the written submissions, I've just made the point that will be well understood by the panel that the objectives and policies gateway is a pretty wide one. A proposal has to be quite abruptly repugnant to objectives and policies to fail to go through that gateway. Lastly, just returning to my point about part 2 of the RMA and how the panel's decision is subject to those provisions in part 2, sections 5 to 8 of the RMA. The planners haven't highlighted any aspect of the plans that show some sort of deficiency from the plans in terms of giving effect to part 2 in this local context. And I think both consider that the plans lead to a pretty clear outcome of granting this consent. And as such, it might be that you find that part 2 isn't of great assistance to you in this case. But again, in my respectful submission, I think it's worth covering off and considering directly. And the project does gain strong support, I think, from those provisions. I've said that at paragraph 95, it delivers widespread benefits while safeguarding important natural and cultural values of the site, and in doing so, strongly promotes sustainable management of the relevant resources. It also enhances public access to the coasts and to the island, which, as you know, is a Section 6 matter. And perhaps most notably, the way in which the project has been delivered and will, subject to the panel, be delivered is highly respectful of the relationship of tangata whenua with the former pā site of Te Uruhi, with the coast and with the island and with the surrounding area, in keeping with Section 6E of the Resource Management Act. And likewise, in terms of Section 7A, kaitiakitanga and the principles. I mean, Section 8, the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, obviously born of a partnership that is an approach, I think, admirably reflected in this project. So in terms of an overview of the applicant's case, that's it. As I say, we haven't wanted to do that quite quickly. We haven't burdened you either with, I should have noted, with copies of the relevant statutory provisions or the cases we've referred to, which are pretty well-known ones, but we can certainly give you any of that material if that would assist at any stage. Otherwise, yeah, it's my pleasure to present the witnesses to you. And if now's the time to continue, I'd ask Ms. Law from the council to speak to you and address any questions you may have.
Look, before we do that, we might just check whether we've got any questions for Mr. Randall. I've just got a couple, I think. I just want to test with you. I was probably just wanting to understand the signage to make sure I had that correct. And I'm not sure, Ms. Bain, are you able to bring up any of the application details on the screen? I just have what I think is a picture of the elevation. It's gosh, what is it? It is
Right, the Right Associates, yeah.
no, I think it's the architect's drawing. I'm not sure. Is it? Oh, okay.
It's the south elevation of the building.
Yes.
You referred to
Drawing
the
number?
fact that the drawing had the details of the signage. Now, the one that I could find was the rate architect's drawing.
Yes.
Now I have some material printed off and there's a reference to architect's plans, but I'm just not completely sure that I'm clear on the drawings that you might be talking about that show the signage. Is the architect's plans as well as the landscape architect plans?
There are, yes. But I think it is the Rate Associates plans that show.
So it's that road frontage, it's the road frontage.
Yes. And it's the words Te Uruhi on the road frontage of the building, that's right.
Painted on the building.
Yes.
So no other signage
No.
that sits separately.
Other than sort of small scale wayfinding signage, you know, for example, from a car park building that way, sort of thing, or, you know, paikakariki that way, or
Okay, but it's the
just as you'd see in a normal reserve. But no, that's the only sign that triggers the rule requirement.
right. Okay, so just yeah, perhaps when you've got a chance, if you can get the application details showing, that's going to be helpful when we're asking questions to have that on the screen if that's going to work. Otherwise, we'll have to just. Oh, look, it was the it's the Rate Architects south elevation that I'm looking at. Just want to make sure we're all looking at the same thing and that there's not
That's
drawings
the
that
one,
I'm not aware of.
And if it helps, Commissioner, so this is one of the proposed changes to the condition set that Mr. Anderson came up with first, was to, and you can see, for example, if you look at the joint statement from Friday, in general accordance with condition, there's a sort of specific note intended to tie the signage to that drawing, although whether that's been achieved to the Commissioner's satisfaction is something we can talk about and tidy up if need be.
Okay. Yep. All right, but as far as you're aware, it's this one here.
Yes, yeah,
And it's just the words.
correct.
Right, okay. Thank you. I think it would be helpful, but probably it might be a question for the planner just to take me through the lighting rules so that I can understand just the context of that a bit better in terms of that change.
Yes. Thank you. I mean, yeah, that's probably sensible.
Yeah.
Because my understanding is kind of limited to what I said, which is there's a minimum lux requirement for the permitted activity standard.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you go below that, it triggers the need for consent.
Yes. So probably the one issue that I'm interested in, you have access to advice around natural hazards.
Yes.
In reading the pre-circulated evidence, I'm not sure that you've fully addressed the issue that was raised by submitters around the excavation to the sand dune and the impact that that could have on subsequent storm surge. I think it's been addressed in the context of the vulnerability of modelled, sea level rise type impacts, but the issue of the modifications that's been made to that dune and what impact that has for those houses in behind. I'm not sure that we've got evidence on that, and we certainly want to get some comfort around that in respect to the car park.
Understood.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, so if you could just consider that.
We certainly will. Can I just address you very briefly on
Sure.
that? I mean, so in terms of as you will have understood, it's, well, leaving aside Mr. Guy's point, probably well made, that there might be a semantic difference between a forward dune and a back dune. Effectively, you will have understood that works are proposed on the road, the Marine Parade side of the dune, with the crest of the dune and the whole front, the beach side of the dune, to the integrity of that to remain. Obviously, slopes will be stabilised on the back side of the dune, such as is necessary to accommodate what in my submission are pretty low scale earthworks. So it didn't really seem, in trying to work out what kind of evidence you might need, that that there be any compromise of the integrity of those dunes as a barrier to storm surges and coastal hazards generally. But certainly I can pinpoint the technical information that sits behind that in the application documents.
Yeah, if it's there, then that would be great to for someone to be able to
I just have some questions about the car park generally. We don't have anybody here that was actually involved in the design of the car park. Is that correct? The reason I ask is because I'm looking at a plan of the car parks.
Yes.
It's got a cross section. It's got two cross sections that I can see, cross section A and B. One goes through the extended car park, but there's actually another car park to the south of that, which is an existing car park. Correct. That's been doubled into the back, cut into the dune. And I don't have a cross section for that.
Thank you. Yeah, I understand that there's no earthworks in that area. There's no additional
Oh, so that's
deepening
all
of that car
flat.
park.
That's
I think it's a
flat.
repainting exercise primarily.
Okay, it would be useful to have a cross section just to confirm that.
Look, yeah, perhaps when we get to
When we get
to the law, you might be able to help us with understanding those details a bit more. It's yeah, it's just being able to pinpoint the information. If it's there, then that's what we will be. You know, I've seen your lineup of witnesses, and I'm just trying to understand from you who we should be directing those questions to. So if you're able to advise that now or after the break, that would be
Sure,
that would be great.
Yeah, I think between Ms. Law and Ms. McLean, they will have been involved through that design process.
Right.
And able to field questions about that.
Okay.
Ms. Taylor, of course, has assessed effects, but I don't think it's could fairly speak to design aspects in terms of earthworks and things like that.
Okay. Well, we're interested in, obviously from just understanding the project, but also from the hazard risk issue.
Sure, thank you.
And sorry, when you were explaining the business about the lighting, and I think you said that the condition, which has got a reference to a time, for the dimming of the lights between 10 and 7, and then you said the hours. So you're saying that the lighting is that, and then the hours are 7 till 6 is what you're expecting.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and sorry, I was
confused there.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing, my submission. I'm sorry about that. And the point of just flagging that, so out of conferencing came one new condition that you wouldn't have seen before, and that was around sort of light boxes for signage, and just making sure there's none of that, no third-party signage. But there was a matter, I think, discussed between the planners that wasn't quite rounded out, which is what are the operating hours of the public building? Do they need to be conditioned?
Right.
So I was just addressing you on that point.
But those hours would be 7 till 6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's what
I mean,
the basis of the application was, presumably.
I'm not sure it was specified in there.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, but that's the intention. Yeah, whether or not the commissioners see a need to constrain the operation in that way. So, for example, in the middle of summer, you know, if there's a good public usage of the space and a demand for, I don't know, post dinner ice creams at 7 o'clock when it's still in broad, it's still in daylight. I don't really see a lighting effects based reason for curtailing the hours of operation of that building, but it's a technical point really. Yeah, the hours of operation that the council intends at this stage would finish at 6 p.m. Yeah.
And that would coincide. So the boats aren't out there after that time.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
perhaps we could ask Mr. Barrett that, but
Okay. Sure. All right.
but there's no need for the biosecurity facilities to be in operation on the way home, if that makes sense.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, we'd be interested in when the boats do actually go, and how does that correlate to the opening hours of the Discovery Centre?
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. That was all I had. Yes. Right. We've got 20 minutes before the break. So look, I don't know if you've heard the witnesses in any particular way in terms of, I mean, we've all pre-read the evidence.
Yes. I've let them know that for sure.
Okay.
I've encouraged them without requiring them to think about a couple of key points that they might want to highlight for you just in terms of their evidence, just to warm themselves up really.
Yeah. Okay.
And then answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have just prepared a summary of some key points that are in my statement of evidence. So the Gateway project, now known as Te Uruhi, has been talked about in Kapiti since the early 90s. We're proud and grateful that Mana Whenua gifted the name Te Uruhi for the building. This signifies the deep connections that Mana Whenua have to the area and reflects the partnership approach that we've taken to the project. I have been involved with this project in a variety of ways since late 2016. when council started the McLean Park Management and Development Plan. Through that process, there was widespread community engagement over 12 months, and we heard clearly from our mana whenua partners and the wider community that a gateway to Kapiti was something that should be developed. As a result of the public submissions received from the development plan community consultation, the area marked as being available for a gateway was extended to include the south side of the Takutu stream. Following further engagement with multiple key stakeholders, the 2020 TRC feasibility study confirmed that the most appropriate location would be the south side of the stream. Te Uruhi is designed to nestle into the environment and to be in keeping with the park surrounds. The buildings will be above the Q100 flood levels and relocatable. The Biosecurity Center will help protect our taonga, Kapiti Island, and improve the visitor experience. The Discovery Centre will enable mana whenua to showcase their rich history, share their amazing stories, and give the ability for them to have a presence in the Kapiti district, something that is currently lacking. We will have a place to showcase what else there is to do in our district and the ability to share the conservation story. There has been ongoing engagement with our mana whenua partners and key stakeholders to get the design of the buildings right. We have worked with DOC and the Kapiti Island tour operators to ensure that the Biosecurity Centre is designed to enable best practice checking prior to departing to the island. We are working alongside our mana whenua partners as we develop the Discovery Centre to understand the stories that will be shared and to ensure that these are relayed in the most appropriate manner. We will continue working with other stakeholders such as DOC, the Kapiti Tourism Board, a local historian, and guardians of the Marine Reserve to ensure the Discovery Centre reflects all that Kapiti has to offer. Te Uruhi will help improve access for the people to the beach and enable those that can't physically get to the island to experience some of what there is to offer on the mainland. Te Uruhi will provide an iconic experience for visitors to our district, protect Kapiti Island, and at the same time will help foster a greater sense of identity for our local community and mana whenua. The council's long-term vision is for a vibrant and thriving Kapiti with a deep connection to the natural environment. Te Uruhi will contribute significantly to this vision, as well as aligning with key council strategies and plans. I would like to thank the submitters for the time that they've taken to submit and to attend the hearing. And thank you to the panel for the opportunity to talk about Te Uruhi.
Thank you. Did you want to go, Jay?
Everyone hear me okay? Kia ora, thank you for your evidence. I just have a few questions around broader consultation. And I note in your evidence that you've had a number of roles at council and led to the development of the McLean Park Reserve Management Plan and its consultation. So I just wanted to understand what that was and what that looked like and some of the Te Uruhi consultation as well.
Thank you. So we worked alongside Paparami Ramati Community Board and elected members, and we worked with a company called Lumen Consultants. We were very clear that when we first started consultation around the plan, we had no perceptions about what we wanted to do there. So we started with a clean slate, talking with the community about how they currently use the park, how they'd like to use the park in the future, and what they would like to see there, alongside doing all the regulatory side that is required under the Reserves Act. It was also around how people would use the park as a destination. So from those, we had an event at the park where we had over 1,000 people attend. We had multiple stakeholder meetings and engaged with some of the council's advisory groups, such as Youth Council, Older Persons Council, Disability Advisory Group, to understand how different ranges of people would participate in using the park. And then from there, we took out 3 concept designs for the development plan to get feedback from the community. And as a result of that, we landed on the one development plan that's inside the management plan. Throughout all the conversations, the gateway was very much something that came forward a lot. It was something that has been talked about a lot. From Mana Whenua's point of view, at the risk of speaking on their behalf, which I don't want to do, what we heard a lot was that the gateway concept was very important to them as far as arriving from the island to the mainland or into Kapiti as a whole, with that sense of arrival, and having something in this position would enable that, as well as providing the biosecurity space for the island. The community general feedback was around wanting something that supported the island, but also that recreation and what happens within Kapiti and what opportunities there are. And then so once we'd finalised the final development plan draft and management plan, we went out for a formal round of consultation as required under the Reserves Act, and submitters had the opportunity to come and talk to council before the management plan was adopted.
Thank you.
So what about consultation specific to the resource consent application and the affected residents? Are you able to talk about that?
When this resource consent was submitted, we did a mail drop to all the residents that we thought could be seen as affected parties, just offering to meet with them and talk through any concerns, and just to let them know that the resource consent was being submitted. We got contacted by one submitter and met with that person informally, and I had a couple of phone calls from others as well.
So look, have you've read the submissions that we've had? I'm just trying to understand some of the communications that people are talking about when they're talking about an earlier round of submissions, maybe, or sorry, what were the references?
I'm interested in the letter drop. Who was involved in that letter drop when you consulting on the management plan?
The letter drop was for the resource consent when it was lodged.
For this
Yes.
application?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but also in relation to the resource consent, I think some parties put in communications to the council, but I couldn't quite work out where they fitted in.
So as acting as represented the applicant, I've seen the formal submissions. Other things that have come in the separate process, I haven't been directly. Do you mean just recently, or?
I'll have to reference the I have to reference the submission, sorry. Perhaps that's gone to another part of the council and you haven't been involved, maybe. Let me just try and find where I was reading about that. Sorry, we'll just find it.
Paragraph 84.
I'll just make a comment that I can see in your evidence that paragraph 85 on that describes the consultation process with in regards to the management plan. I think we're just looking for a bit more kind of clarity around the communications with affected parties here.
Okay, so at the time that we were undertaking the management plan, the gateway was very much just a concept of needing something for biosecurity purposes and giving representation to mana whenua's aspirations for the area. So the management and development plan didn't go into any further detail than that, other than marking an area at the northern end of the park where the gateway could be located somewhere in that position. And as a result of submissions, we extended that area to include the south side of the stream. So because that process was so high level, there hadn't been any discussion around affected parties or anything like that, because part of the process was, I spoke about it in my evidence, that one of the options could have been to work with the boating club in the existing building and how that could be made into the gateway. So there was no concept of what the gateway could actually be. So there wasn't any conversation directly with people that are now considered affected parties, because we didn't know at that stage what it would look like.
And just to be clear, there wasn't any in the lead up to before their lodgement. It was just the communication that you sent out once you had lodged and invited people to contact yourselves. Is that right?
There had been some prior conversations with, and there was a short time that I wasn't involved in the project in between me going from my old role to the role that I'm in now. So the previous project manager had some discussions with potential affected parties, but I wasn't part of that.
Right, okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, just still on the consultation and the information that you received of the submissions. In your evidence, you've said, so there were effectively 3 stages. The first one was in November 2016. Just wanting to find out what people had. That's when you had the public event, 1,000 participants at an event, and you received some online and paper surveys and did short interviews. What at that point did you have? Do you have a summary somewhere of what well, there isn't one here, so that's why I'm just leading on to I'm assuming at that point that was quite general. You didn't have any details that people were able to focus on. At stage 2, you sought public submissions on 3 draft concepts and received 190 responses. Again, I'd be interested to know what level of support there was at that point and what forum that took. Maybe I'll stop at that point. What forum and what did you seek public submissions on the 3 draft concepts? Was that through the newspaper? Generally, nobody was particularly, you didn't seek out specific people for that.
No, we didn't, because that was the park as a whole. So the 6 key attributes of the plan came through from the first round. So play, water, those different ways of using the park. So during stage 2, from memory, it was just our usual way of consulting. So advertising on the radio, it was on our website and available for people to see, and we had drop-ins and things. So and they were concepts for the whole park, so extending from the southern boundary right to the northern, and it showed because one of the other parts of the management plan was there used to be a pond there, and that was actually probably one of the more topical conversations, was whether the pond should be removed or remain, and how the space could be used if the pond wasn't there. So that was actually probably the key part that we heard most on.
But the gateway concept was not
No,
included in those
not
3.
so much. But well, it was in general, but again around the biosecurity. So the development plan concepts that went out had 3 different levels of biosecurity options. So one of the concepts had a very small biosecurity room at the very northern end of the park. I think something like Soames Island. The second option had again, it was in the boating club car park, and it had a raised up area that the boat could pull up to and people would get their bags checked and then go on to. And the third one was a larger scale building based on the previous TRC report. So what we did here very clearly was not a large scale building, because the original TRC had priced it at something like $18 million. So we had one extent to the other. So we did hear very clearly that we didn't want that very large multi-million, 15 million plus building. And we also heard very clearly that we should be considering a small iconic building on the south side of the Te Kuto stream, and the development plan got changed to allow for that to happen, which effectively is what Te Uruhi is now.
Thank you.
So what you're saying is that the concept we have is for this proposal that we're seeing now has fallen out of the stage 2 development plan concepts.
Not as such. So then the development plan allowed for somewhere on the northern end of the park to have a gateway. And then that
So that's over the river, is it? Over this, on the northern side of the stream?
So in the development plan, we've broken it into project A, B, and C. So project area A was where the gateway could be allowed, and that included just to the south side of the stream. So effectively where Te Uruhi is proposed to be now is inside that original project area A that the management plan allows for.
But it also included the area to the north of the stream, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So the intention of the management plan was really to enable future conversations to happen about what a gateway could be and whereabouts in that project area it could be, and what outcomes the community and in Mana Whenua would want to see from a gateway building.
So was there any resident conversations about that gateway building once you were working at that site level?
Only as far as the wider McLean Park consultation. So when we went back out with the final management plan and development plan, so people had the opportunity to do formal submissions on what that looked like.
What was the date then?
It was adopted in December 2017, so that would have been when the council meeting was, that people could come and talk to the hearing, so to their submissions. So I think it was for the management plan, yeah.
And were they specific on that site for this project, or?
Oh gosh, sorry, from memory, I think most of the feedback came through in stage 2.
Right, okay. So look, just to round out the consultation stuff, hopefully, in the submission from the owners of number 5 and number 3, Marine Parade. So that's where I've read about the fact that they've referenced 80 letters of objection, undated, and 3,000 general objections by ratepayers and local residents. And I was trying to understand what that was.
So that is something that happened outside of council process. So members of the community that weren't in support of this process have undertaken different things to show council that there isn't.
So unsolicited feedback.
It wasn't part of our management plan process or resource consent process, no.
Okay. So has the council responded to that?
The people were, I'm not able to answer that, sorry, it wasn't part of what I've been responsible for.
Right.
We could find out. I don't think it's been formally responded to by elected members, and that was more directed.
So was it directed to elected members rather than,
staff.
and so And do you know when abouts that was? Because it could have been directed to the council as applicant or council as regulator, presumably,
It was.
or
so
just
this-
generally. But you think it was
it's-
directed to elected members?
Both, I would say it was
Right,
both,
okay.
yeah.
But that's more recent than the management plan, presumably, isn't
Yes,
it?
so
Yeah.
from memory, the petition started when we started going through the PG process, and it was decided by council that we would lodge a resource consent and request the PGF funding. It was around that timing and from there on.
Right. And so you haven't been dealing with that side of things, the funding, okay. And so that was in about 2020, 21 or?
It
2020?
was May 2020 that
May.
council gave approval to submit the resource consent and proceed with the funding application.
Okay, thank you. We've got some other ones on other topics, so if you've got any more on consultation. Yeah.
We just have a question too. Well, I have a question around the process when there was an initial application prepared, or there was going to be, and it included the golf club car parking there, and then that was withdrawn and a new submission, a new application was prepared. What was the reason? What was the background to the golf club car park being removed?
So again, that was that was in between my involvement with the project, but I'm aware of what happened. So the resource consent needed to be lodged for us to be able to apply for the PGF funding. Everything, and it was very much at concept design of what the building would look like and have as far as how it what activities it included, and it was also before the new policy statement came in that didn't require the parking was still needing to be required for an activity in a facility, and because at that time of that concept design, it was obvious that we would lose car parks from that space. The person managing the project at the time looked at opportunities for offsetting that car park, and at the time it seemed like a appropriate solution to work with the golf club for them potentially to have it as a commercial interest. And it was very high level conversations. And then so that resource consent was that original resource consent was lodged with the car park being proposed to be at the golf club. And then as a result of that consent, there were a number of RFIs that came back, and the consent was effectively put on hold. And then during that period of time is when the national policy statement changed to not require parking to be allocated to a facility. But then I guess also one of the main drivers was around the time that I then came into my new role now and effectively became the project manager for this project. And I guess with my background of McLean Park management plan and the knowledge that there had always been the intention to create further car parking in the southern car park, and it had also become more apparent that there were technical difficulties with being at the car park as far as the cost to build it there because of the height. As people had started looking more into what it would actually mean to put a car park there, it became more obvious that it wasn't going to be that suitable, as opposed to the southern end of McLean Park, land that we own and are responsible for. So investing in our own spaces didn't have the complexity around engineering design, and it wouldn't be as expensive to be down there, and also made sense for people using the park to be directly able to park in that space and connect to the existing shared park. So that's how it moved through to where it is now.
There's a question I have in my mind about if the NPS changed to not require car parking. Is the offset parking necessary at the southern end?
And that is a discussion that we have been having. We would prefer to, because there is a loss of car parks in the northern end, we would prefer to be able to offset that parking in the southern end, even though it's not technically required. But
So it's desired, but not a requirement under planning law.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I've just got a question around, there was comments in Mr. Davies' submission around some possible plans for modifying the beach access for the boats. Are you able to shed any light on if there's something planned there or not planned? Or
Yes, there is, but as a separate project. There's a number of reasons for that. We recently reviewed our beach bylaw because we have issues with cars driving on the beaches that aren't launching or retrieving boats, which is the only reason that they're able to do that. So under the new bylaw, we have the ability to restrict access. So we're looking at putting in barrier arms onto the beach from where the boating club entrance is at the moment. But as part of that, there'll be a wider landscape design to improve access to the beach as a whole, around the people that are going to launch and retrieve boats to be able to get in and out safely, the tour operators' boats to be able to get in and out safely. So that's a separate project, but it does join up as far as the bridge that comes off to Uruhi onto the northern side of the stream, and then as Boardwalk down, the intention is to make that an attractive way for pedestrians to try and keep people out of walking through the car park like they do at the moment. So just to make it safer for users, and so that is definitely a separate project, but ties in at the bridge side with to Uruhi.
so what's the time frame for that? Where are you at in the?
We're just working with Rates Landscape Architecture on the design for the boardwalk and how everything might fit, and then we will undertake. We've met with the boating club, dive club, and Coast Guard in our initial meeting, and then there'll be workshops with them and other key stakeholders to make sure that we are taking into account everything we need to for that access, with the aim of having everything ready for next summer.
So the work's done. And so will you need a resource consent for that?
Yes, we will, mainly because of it's a contaminated site, because there used to be a fuel tank in one of the spaces that we need to do earthworks in to create a better entrance.
And I also read about possible roundabout realignments in one of the submissions. I think the same submitter. Is there any?
So in the development management plan, as part of project area B, at a very high conceptual level, we had considered that potentially the roundabout area could be brought in to improve access to the boating club car park area, particularly if the gateway did end up in that space, because it's quite a confined space. But again, it's wanted it as a concept plan that allowed things like that to happen. And as we've moved through the process, that hasn't been something that's been developed any further. So the roundabout will stay.
So no
as it
change to the
is.
roundabout.
No.
And I think the application talks about events. Can you explain what might be planned there?
If there were to be events there that would trigger a temporary event, that would go through a case by case resource consent under our temporary event policy. And that's triggered by vehicle movements and number of attendees. So that would be more large scale events rather than general use of people coming to the Discovery Centre.
So for the purpose of this application, there's no events proposed?
No.
Okay. But if you want them in the future, you need a resource consent. Is that what your understanding
Yes,
is?
at a certain level of size of event.
Perhaps I'll take that up with the planner so I understand that better. So presumably if you might have events that are under that size.
Yes, as we work through what the Discovery Centre looks like and can achieve, not necessarily events, but people will be there using that space. There's events in the park already, so to Uruhi may just add another space that people filter through. So we have regular events at McLean Park that attract large numbers of people already. So this will just enhance what's already happening there.
So at this stage, you haven't got any plans for
No,
any specific
there's
type of
nothing.
events like, I don't know, evening functions or something using the centre or?
There's no specific plans, but that's not to say there isn't what could happen. I
Right.
guess our feeling is that the Te Uruhi as a building offers opportunities for community and visitors, and once it's there, it will give us the opportunity to provide more activities at the beach area.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Otherwise, we'll take a break. Perhaps we'll take a break. Well overdue, so, but we'll just take a break there. We might have some further questions for this witness, but we'll just running a little bit behind, so we'll just take a 10-minute break now. It's okay. So we'll be back here at 10 past 12. And then we'll try and stick to the lunch schedule for lunch at 1 p.m. questions, and luckily she's not here. So we'll move on to your next witness. Thanks.
The next witness, excuse me, is Mr. Barrett.
Kia ora tātou. My name is John Weber Barrett. I affiliate to all the iwi of this place, namely Ngāti Tō Rangatira, Te Atiawa, Te Whakarongotai, and Ngāti Raukawa, Ngāti Raukawa ki te Tonga. My ancestor was Chief Te Rangi Hirua, who came to Kapiti in 1820 with Te Rauparaha and Ngāti Tō on the early migration from Kāwhia. My whānau and hapu and iwi have resided on Kapiti Island since that time up until the present day. And I've been asked by my Atiawa iwi to give evidence on their behalf to this hearing. And I'm assuming that the panel has read my evidence, so I don't intend to go through every paragraph, but I do want to land on some points that I think are more significant than others. And just in terms of those points, I'll go to point 5, where I say I've been involved since the early 90s in community plans and discussions that have culminated in this present project at Te Uruhi. And my whānau history and my personal history with Kapiti Island and its conservation initiatives go back some considerable time. I still have in my possession a written presentation to the Kapiti Wildlife Trust back in 1991, describing in some detail a concept for a discovery centre that's very similar to the one now put forward, and highlighting the benefits it will bring for the Paraparaumu beach area and wider district. And it's interesting to note that what was thought to be beneficial for the district and the community then is pretty much still the same today, actually, with a few improvements over that time. I've also been directly involved in the significant eradication programs which led to Kapiti Island being declared pest and predator free in 1999. And I've been closely involved with the visitor activities on the island for many years, including currently with Kapiti Island Nature Tours, through which my whānau and colleagues have hosted many visitors to the island to experience and enjoy the wildlife, the flora, the spectacular views and history of Kapiti. I'm not giving expert evidence in this matter, but I have considerable experience that is relevant to my evidence, including have been a member of the Wellington Conservation Board, my long-standing involvement through my iwi and resource management and a wide range of Māori development work, including my foundational and advisory roles on the Kapiti Marine Reserve Management Committee. I'm also a board member of Te Wānanga o Raukawa and various other iwi organisations for Te Atiawa and Ngāti Raukawa ki te Tonga. The main purpose of my evidence is to record the strong support of Te Atiawa for the project. We believe the project has been and will continue to be developed by Council in partnership with iwi. This partnership has been important because the project is situated, as others have said, in a highly culturally significant location, as explained in the Mana Whenua assessment for Atiawa. And this site provides the best possible and very long awaited opportunity to celebrate our special association with this place. I believe it's a unique opportunity actually for a partnership to be demonstrated between council, iwi and the community in terms of a forward-looking representation of what a good partnership looks like. From the perspective of our iwi, the project is the best possible opportunity to create a footprint in the whenua at Te Uruhi that celebrates the associations of Te Atiawa as well as Ngāti Tō Rangatira and Ngāti Raukawa with this very significant place and its role as a gateway to Kapiti. In doing so, Te Uruhi will become a great asset for the district and its various communities as a centre for interpretation and information about the natural environment and conservation, as well as historical and cultural matters, and play an important role in terms of biosecurity controls and tourism to the island and around the district. I'll also just highlight the biosecurity part of the exercise. And from Te Aotearoa's view, there is a feeling that the current operation is marginal at best, and improvement is required in terms of visitation to and from Kapiti Island to ensure the retention of the taonga status of that place and its pest and predator free classification at the moment. So whilst the cultural aspects we've talked about are highly important to Te Aotearoa, so also are the aspects of biosecurity and travel to and from Kapiti Island, also extremely important to us. It's also worth mentioning, in my view, the positive relationship that has developed between Council and Te Aotearoa and the development of this project. I think it's fair to say the working relationships in the past haven't been optimal in terms of iwi and Council discussions, negotiations over various things. But Te Aotearoa believes this opportunity is a once in a lifetime opportunity to demonstrate or to bring out a range of extremely positive outcomes in terms of this project between iwi, Council and community. And mana whakahaere, that's really all I have to add to my submission. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, te rangatira tēnā koe. I have a few questions around the mana whenua values assessment and also the input or contributions that Te Aotearoa had towards the reserve management plan. I understand in reading through the application that Te Aotearoa had quite a lot of input, and I just wondered if you could elaborate on that.
I think the most significant input at the very early stage was seeking the opinion and the views of our rangatahi in terms of what a park development of the nature that's being described would be to them. And one of the lasting impressions for me anyway was the response from our rangatahi group who attended one of those special hui. And it was pretty gratifying to hear and see their enthusiasm for the opportunity that was being described to them. So I'm happy with that consultation. And from that point, we've also been regularly and routinely involved in discussions and any progress with this project. And of course, not just the progress, but the various obstacles that have been put up as well.
And just in the values assessment, there were a number of recommendations made by Te Aotearoa, and I just wondered if you could make comment on how those have landed in the most recent conditions set.
Well, I think the most significant one for us really was relatively recent, and that's to ensure that we're involved in the ongoing governance of the development of this project, to ensure that our cultural values, along with our Ngāti Toa and Ngāti Raukawa whanaunga, are also involved in those inputs.
Thank you.
Thank you for your submission. I just wanted to ask if you were happy with the condition that has been put forward regarding the
Yes, we are.
governance
We're
board?
happy with in fact, it's one of the points I was going to make. We are happy with the conditions that have been, as they've been detailed in the submission.
Thank you.
Just one final comment from me. Is there anything else that would be useful for us to understand before we make considerations on the application that you might want to proffer from Te Aotearoa?
From the Te Aotearoa perspective, they just want me to emphasise the degree of strong support for this project, as I said earlier, as one of the very rare opportunities that has come along for Te Aotearoa and our whanaunga from Ngāti Toa and Waikawa to demonstrate a meaningful presence in the district. Apart, as will be said by, I'm sure, my Ngāti Toa whanaunga, we have Te Wānanga o Raukawa and Otaki. It's a great demonstration of our three iwi collaboration. And really, we don't have any other demonstration of that collaboration. We believe that Te Uruhi will provide that, as well as all the other benefits that have been described in the various submissions.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any questions. Your evidence was very clear. Thank you.
And Ms. Solomon will be the next witness. Thank you.
Tēnā rā tātou, nei rā te mihi atu ki a koutou katoa. Ko wai au, anō, he Naomi Solomon, tōku ingoa he uri ahau, o Ngāti Toa he pau tō matarau ki te runa o tō rangatira. So my name's Naomi Solomon. I am here to speak on behalf of Te Runa o tō rangatira, which is the mandated iwi organisation for Ngāti Toa. I hold the role of pau tō matarau at Birunanga, which is a position within our executive leadership team, and I'm responsible for the iwi's largely contemporary affairs, particularly in relation to our culture and our environment. And for completeness, it's not in the in my evidence, but I also currently sit as the interim chair of Te Whakamininga o Kapiti, which is the iwi, I guess, partnership committee with Kapiti Coast District Council, and recently was also appointed to the Kapiti Coast District Council's Strategy and Operations Committee in the interim position until that role can be filled with somebody else from Ngāti Toa. That's not me. So I will take my evidence as read, and I just wanted to acknowledge my tuakana, John here, and agree with everything that he has said. I guess the few points that I did want to make were around the gifting of the name Te Uruhi to this project, and it has been acknowledged in the in the kōrero that we've heard so far that this was an important part of the I guess this is an important part to the overall project, and I guess the additional part that I wanted to add was around what gifting this particular name Te Uruhi means from a mana whenua perspective, because we're often asked to name things, and we could have quite easily given it some generic translation of gateway project, but we specifically chose the term Te Uruhi because it's the name of the former power site that existed at that area, but also because of the association of that pā site to Te Atiawa e Ngāti Tōrangatira, because of that close association that we have in relationship to that site, that revitalising that name through gifting it to a project like this helps to bring mana to the project and helps in that journey to see us as mana whenua more visible across Arohi. The other point that I'd like to reiterate is that this is a project that mana whenua have wanted for a long time. I note that because of my personal experience when I was growing up as a young girl. Ngāti Toa used to run a boat out to Kapiti Island. We still have a concession to do so, but that business, Kapiti Tours at the time, was run by my mum. So my cousins often tease me that, you know, the words of my childhood were kia ora Kapiti Tours. But the reason I mention that is because the talk of a gateway or a facility at that area, Te Uruhi, near McLean's Park, has been something that I can always remember having had, being part of the discourse amongst my people, as part of our relationship to that particular site and to Kapiti Island. And I guess the comments that have come forth today around the biosecurity aspects of what the gateway can provide, they're important for us too, because of the significance of the island, but also I guess I guess just it's extrapolating that the significance of the island to us, but also I guess the biodiversity hotspot that Kapiti Island actually is, and how the protection of that is one of the things that is actually one of the reasons why Kapiti Island as an item of redress in our treaty settlement process was hard fought for, because the Crown did not want to give that up to Ngāti Toa and have our rights recognised there, because of the strength of the biodiversity that exists of the island and how important that is to the conservation estate. And so we take, very seriously the biosecurity aspects of what the gateway can provide. I guess moving along, as has been noted already, the Te Uruhi provides or will provide, I guess, a representation or visual representation and footprint of mana whenua on the coast, and that's really important for us, because the way I like to think about it is it's actually more important for our future generations. For I think about our tamariki and mokopuna and them being able to see themselves in places like this, places that are owned by council, places that I guess are public facilities. They need to and should look like something that's recognisable to my people, and that's why I guess that's what's sitting behind the point around mana whenua visibility and representation. I'd like to thank the council for working in partnership with Ngāti Toa and Te Atiawa on this project. It has been trying to say the least, but it is all part of the journey to get us to where we are. And we, I guess, appreciate where we've gotten to today, and will continue to be a part of this moving forward. And then the only other point really that I wanted to make was around the purpose for why we're here today, which is a resource consent application. And so from an Ngāti Toa perspective, outside of the cultural values, we don't see that there are really any reasons to decline a consent from a planning perspective. That's all I have to add. Kia ora.
I te pautua matarau tēnā koe. Thank you for presenting your evidence. I have a few questions in relation to the cultural values assessment provided by Ngāti Toa, and also referring to your evidence where you've been involved in the various governance groups over the years. And my first question relates to the recommendations made in the cultural values assessment and whether you have any comment to make on where they've landed in the application.
Thank you. I was just familiarising myself with the recommendations. We're quite happy with where the recommendations have landed in the application. Of course, we've been having conversations as part of the partnership or governance groups since we provided this CVA to council. So while the I guess recommendations or conditions in the consent application might not 100% reflect the recommendations that we've put in our CVA, I think that if you take these along with what Aotearoa have recommended in their CVA and the discussions that we've had with council to date, that I think that what's been recommended in the application is actually better than what we've provided here.
Thank you. And the Te Kotu stream and its significance, and that it additionally is referenced in Schedule C of the proposed natural resources plan. And there's been lots of discussions around the stream itself and protection and rehabilitation. I wondered from a mana whenua perspective if you had any comment to make on how that will be managed and progressed.
Oh, aroha mai, how our
The protection and management of the significance of that stream will be managed and progressed.
yeah, I guess from a mana whenua perspective, and I'm not sure. Oh, John has got some points on that, but I guess I can only speak for Ngāti Toa. We'll continue to be involved with the work at the Te Kotu stream. Like it's while the values ascribed to the stream around, for example, mahinga kai murongoa, and it being I guess a kai awa given the modification and degradation to that stream over the years, I'm not entirely sure whether we're ever going to get it back to where it was. So our I guess participation or work with council along in terms of the management of the stream and having cultural monitoring or things like that as part of this project will only serve to, well, I guess our participation in that and our hope, I guess, is that we will work to make, well, one, to ensure that it's not any worse than it currently is, but with a hope to make it even better than what it currently is. And I guess the other part really is about having a place like Uruhi existing will facilitate iwi to reconnect. Oh, we're back. The only other thing, the thing I was saying was that having Te Uruhi, the building facility in place will provide an opportunity for iwi to reconnect more closely with the stream.
I just have one more question. There have been some, that's interesting in relation to consultation and engagement in the project. There have been some concerns through submissions around the fulsomeness of consultation and engagement, and I wondered if you want to offer a comment on that. The fulsomeness and of engagement with.
I don't necessarily need to want to comment on submissions around the fulsomeness of consultation, but the one point that I would make is that I sit here to give evidence on behalf of my people. We currently have an iwi registration of over 8,000 people, so that's who I'm speaking for, and so I have a mandate to do that, and so consultation with Ngāti Toa on this project is essentially consultation with a significant amount of people. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Kia ora, thank you for that submission. It was very clear why that location is significant in this particular place. It's I see on the maps, it's also the closest point on the coast towards the island. You can see in it several ecological areas come together. I think that's shown in the landscape plans too. I just wondered if you had any comment on the planting, the way that the landscape had been treated for that. Are you comfortable with those plans, and have you been involved in that process?
We are comfortable with the planting for that area. We haven't been, I remember being consulted on the planting plan and the list of what goes in the ground, and whether or not what was being proposed was appropriate from a cultural perspective. I'm not entirely sure from memory whether where that landed, but given the relationship that we have with council and have been having with council on this project, I'm pretty confident to say that that would have been something that Alison or others wouldn't have, you know, they would have not progressed it without making sure that they'd talk to me about it. And then I guess just because I've got the microphone, that point and that location is quite significant from a what's that called, from a landscape, or from a, you can see that it is the closest point to the island, and it didn't come through in our particular CVA, but that stretch of water between the island and the mainland is called the Kahe Te Raoterangi Channel, and it's called that because our tupuna swam from the island to the mainland to warn our people here of impending attack. And so I guess that I just wanted to add that because that's a long way to swim. So it makes sense that it would be between the two shortest points.
Sorry, I don't think I've got any questions. Thanks. I'm just double checking. I just note the comments that you made in your written statement that just around the parking, your position on that's a neutral position on the parking area down the south. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Solomon. So the next witness is Mr. Ward, Mark Ward. Might be that we can get through at least some of his questioning before the break, if that suits the commissioners.
I think that will.
I'll ask Mr. Ward to come.
I see. Yes, we're ahead of time. Yeah, look, I think we may as well. Yes.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Mark Ward tōku ingoa. I'm the Economic Development Manager for Kapiti Coast District Council. I've been involved in this project since July last year, and I've been involved in regional economic development for at least a decade. And I'm particularly passionate about enabling communities to unlock their economic potential and in a sustainable way and to unlock their future well-being. I'd just like to touch on three main points, taking that my evidence has been taken as read. And those 3 points, by ways of opening remarks, is just that the 3 points are high quality, eco-cultural, contemporary tourism. I'd like to speak about that. I'd like to talk about promotion of Kapiti Island and the Kapiti district. And I'd like to just quickly touch on tourism product development as pertinent to this question. So first of all, for high quality, contemporary, eco-cultural tourism, and in particular to Uruhi as a centre for such. It's a global mega trend now that the springback of tourism from COVID is around eco-cultural tourism and value-based tourism. Kapiti Coast has no dedicated or central tourism centre. So in essence, and definitely not an eco-cultural tourism centre, but it doesn't have one at all. That's what Te Uruhi would become. Te Uruhi will be the focal point for visitors starting their leisure day trip from a place that you can drive from, in particular Wellington, Palmerston North, Whanganui. It will also be probably the beginning of a longer holiday stay. Kapiti Island is a nationally significant conservation and tourism destination. It's rated by New Zealanders up with the Tongariro crossing. That's based on evidence. So it's nationally and internationally, as the borders are now open, significant. So Te Uruhi will provide a high quality departure point that both protects the island and brings together visitors, the community and culture. So the second main point I was going to raise was promotion across the Wellington region. Now, we have an umbrella economic development agency called Wellington NZ, and they have much greater resources than Kapiti Coast District Council. And so we rely on them as sort of big brother, big sister. At the same time as being part of the Wellington region, we compete within the Wellington region for visitors. We compete in the main with Wairarapa. They gain 50% more visitor spend than we do when we are comparative in size. So what does that really mean in terms of scale? It means that over the next 10 years on current visitor spend, if we do nothing different, it means over the next 10 years, there'll be an extra $500 million of visitor spend in the Wairarapa that could have been in the Kapiti district. So that's why I just want to touch on some of the product development aspects. And of course, they have Martinborough cellar doors, which we don't have. That umbrella economic development agency sees Kapiti Island as the hero experience for Kapiti district. So it's not just recognized nationally, but by that body, that organization. And so they will muster their resources and their promotional collateral towards the Kapiti Island experience. So that really supports Te Uruhi in terms of external funding and support. The display spaces within the Visitor Discovery Centre are a real opportunity, as the committee has heard, as the panel has heard, for mana whenua to share their stories, their history, and their culture. Also, there will be promotional spaces within the Discovery Centre and just outside the main entrance that will enable visitors to be made aware of other visitor experiences in addition to the island. So events and other attractions across the district. And it will encourage visitors to spend in the local retail, hospitality, accommodation outlets. And then my third and final point in these opening remarks was around tourism product development. So an eco-cultural tourism hub that's contemporary is really critical for districts like Kapiti district. And I said I've worked for other organizations in other parts of provincial New Zealand. Kapiti is unique in that it's a very narrow corridor bounded by the Tararua Ranges and the Tasman Sea. And what that means is our 5 or 6 town centres are geographically very distributed. So it's actually quite hard as sitting here as a marketer trying to promote Kapiti Coast when we haven't got a central landing point. And you have to market, if you like, each experience in each town centre differently. So it really, really helps to have that centre of gravity in Paraparaumu. And the final point about tourism product development is that it can only follow, our operators are very small, it can only follow demand. And how to curate demand? Through awareness. How can Te Uruhi help with that? Through that promotional aspect that Te Uruhi will bring. So as that demand increases, and I talked about $500 million that's left on the table on the next 10 years, as that demand increases through Te Uruhi and its promotional potential, we will see tourism product development. And the destination management plan, which all this sort of comes under, the council plan, has pointed out that this is the big weakness of Kapiti district. We don't have that tourism product development going on. Kapiti will drive that demand, as I've mentioned. It will cause the current operators to develop their businesses further, and it will attract new operators to Kapiti district. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you for your submission. I'm interested in that was very clear. I thought that $500 million makes it, that's lost to Wairarapa that could be spent here. In terms of this being a retail, I'm interested in that, how that might look. How will Te Uruhi promote that kind of retail? Like, what is it? So it's not just about Kapiti Island, you're talking about the whole of the Kapiti district. And would that mean that there would be bookings for, would the place stay open for all sorts of other operations in the district? And what's your comment on that?
Yes, so those display areas and promotional areas will include digital information, digital screens of a number of different town centres across the district, and in particular where it's great to dine or shop, where it's great to stay overnight, what's on in terms of the events, especially in summer. So we've got a whole raft of summer events that are coming up that will be portrayed passively, if you like, and interactively, if the technology allows, on screens. And that sort of information can be gleaned just by being at Te Uruhi. And also that information will drive visitors and the community to the central destination website called kapiticoastnz.com, which is hosted by our umbrella organisation, Wellington NZ. So in an integrated marketing approach, visitors will get real life information about where it's great to shop, dine, take the children, etc., etc. Exciting experiences.
Kia ora. I just wanted to make, excuse me. We've had a number of submissions in relation to the impact of traffic and parking, and you referred to that in your evidence, but I wondered if you can elaborate from the perspective, of your economics and tourism discussion.
In terms of my area of expertise, I personally haven't submitted on parking and traffic. However, just in general terms, we do measure economic activity through certain lenses, including traffic lenses, especially since Transmission Gully is open. So to your point, there will be an increase in traffic. We've already seen that across Kapiti Coast, and so the management of traffic will always be a priority for making sure that commuters, visitors, the community are able to go about their daily jobs effectively without too much congestion.
So in your statement, you've estimated the jobs associated with this proposal, which is both in the construction phase and as an operation. You're indicating 8 and then 22 operationally. Have you estimated the economic benefit to the region for this project? Just trying to.
Yes, so in terms of the usual heuristics used around GDP growth, etc., that's not presented in my evidence, and so that could be provided as well. But generally, we use as a proxy for that new job growth. Sometimes it's just temporary jobs when it's a construction phase. Certainly, with other developments that have gone on in Kapiti, we have seen the same sort of uplift in creating new jobs as well as GDP growth. So I can't give you exact figures today, but certainly inherent in those estimates that I've provided is GDP growth, which is the economy's domestic growth, domestic productivity growth.
And so the significance of talking about the $500 million going to the Wairarapa, can you just try and help me understand what to do with that?
Certainly. Commissioner, it's a competitive space, being in economic development, especially tourism promotion. So we are competing with other districts that have similar offerings. So in the case, why I selected Wairarapa is because it's comparing apples for apples. They have scenery, food and beverage, relaxation and nature, which is exactly the same hero sort of offering from Kapiti. Why are they going to earn $500 million more over the next 10 years than we will when they have the same offering as us? So how do we mitigate, how do we compete better, I guess? And the very fact that we don't even have a central tourism centre that's dedicated to telling the Kapiti story and the offerings, whereas Wairarapa has tourism Wairarapa, a staff of 4, a budget of 1.2 million a year, a huge marketing budget. So those sorts of comparatives of where I'm coming from in that statement.
So what you're saying is that $500 million is what is predicted for the Wairarapa to gain. So
An
what-
additional $500 million to what we gain.
right,
So over the next 10 years, we'll bring in $1 billion,
right.
all going well. Status quo sort of thing without doing anything different, just status quo BAU. They'll bring in 1.5 billion in the same period.
So prior to COVID, that was what you were bringing in.
Yes,
So 1 billion
over
in-
10 years. In
over
total.
10 years.
Yes, just averaged out over 10 years. If we do just business as usual without Uruhi. So we're leaving sort of that $500 million on the table, if you like, when we're comparative, apart from the wine cellar doors.
And so what you're saying is that Wairarapa is bringing in 1.5 billion over 10 years. And your feeling is that this will help bridge the gap.
Yes, it will, because of the very fact that tourism promotion and tourism product development just are going to hinge off having that eco-cultural tourism hub or centre.
So do you see that as a differentiator to the Wairarapa?
It would be, because the Wairarapa doesn't have Kapiti Island.
Mm.
It has a few other like Cape Palliser and stuff. That's their equivalent. For us, it's Kapiti Island. So everything has to hinge on the island in terms of our hero experience, and that building brings it all together for us.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions?
And just one last question from me, just in relation to the forecast jobs, so 8 in 2024 and then by 2030, 22, and noting your evidence that, you know, not to look at anything in isolation, so I'm trying to understand here. And I'm also thinking about the submitted comments on and concerns around traffic and parking based on numbers. So to the numbers of employment, so 8 to 22, do we have corresponding projected tourism numbers in that regard then to base that on? Because I'm, you know, trying to therefore understand, and I'm happy to point that question to the transport expert, but I'm trying to understand the impact.
So I think I may have said previously, I haven't provided the uplift in GDP type figures from the impact that Uruhi will have. That can be provided. Certainly an increase in visitor numbers is what is projected, and they were already increasing since 2014, and then COVID hit. And now we're starting to see them go up again. But as you'll see, as you have seen in my evidence, all of New Zealand's been badly affected in the last 12 months in domestic tourism, but Kapiti not as badly affected. So you can see we have that resilience there. And so this will be a further uplift to GDP, to our tourism performance, is what I think you were referring to. The year before, we had $108 million of visitor spend, which was an 8% increase on the previous year. That was all going well until we hit that last 12 months where we had the negative 0.9%. So we have to bring that around and turn it around and bring it back up to what it could be.
So I think my colleague's question is those jobs direct in the centre, or are they?
No, they're not. Sorry, I apologise. I didn't quite catch that. Those jobs are not in the centre itself. 1 or 2 maybe. Those are projected to be the spillover benefits of the increased visitor numbers, the increased economic activity, the increased profile of Kapiti, the increased retail in that area, etc.
Thank you.
Right, look, we've come to 1 o'clock, so I'm sure everyone's pretty hungry by now. So we'll take our lunch adjournment and we drew back at 1:45. So hopefully everyone gets a chance to get something to eat. We'll see you back then. Cheers. Mr. Randall. Sure, thank you.
All right. Hello, my name is Megan Taylor and I'm an associate transportation engineer with Becca. I'm just going to read through sort of the key parts, key highlights from my evidence. So the transportation impact assessment, which accompanied the application for resource consents and the assessment of effects on the environment, lodged with the Kapiti Coast District Council in July 2021 for the project, was prepared by my colleagues under my supervision. I was the reviewer of that report. The transport impact assessment contains an evaluation of the transport planning and traffic engineering matters relevant to the project, including the project's potential transport and traffic effects in terms of the safe and efficient operation of the surrounding transport network. I'll summarize my key findings now. The parking survey, site observations and historical images demonstrate that the loss of car parking spaces associated with the project buildings and their use will be replaced with new car parks in McLean Park and on Marine Parade, resulting in a like-for-like replacement of car parks in the area. The demand for car parking near to Uruhi will be generated by the project, Kapiti Island tours and visitors to the beach area. A proportion of this demand already exists and is associated with previously consented activities. An increase in the maximum visitor numbers to Kapiti Island is not being sought as part of this application. The existing and future traffic demands were tested at the intersection of Marine Parade, Manly Street and Kapiti Road. This analysis found that the roundabout currently operates well with a level of service A and will continue to do so with future traffic demands. I acknowledge that there are localised delays at the roundabout when large events occur on McLean Park. However, these temporary events cannot be designed for, and the typical operation of the roundabout is very good. I have read all the submissions and responded to the transport issues in my evidence. Lastly, I'd like to acknowledge that I've read the Council Officer's Section 42A report. The Council Officer and I are in agreement, including in relation to submissions received. I've also reviewed the conditions of consent with respect to transport matters and agreed with the proposed conditions.
Thanks for that. Do you want to go first? So, and in preparing the transport impact assessment, how did you come to an understanding of the traffic impacts of the existing activity that you say is not changing?
So parking surveys were undertaken in the area, and it's acknowledged that those were undertaken in the middle of winter just because of the constraints at the time and preparing the assessment and needing the information. However, it did find that there was sufficient capacity in that local, both in McLean Park, but in that local street network to adequately provide for the local area.
So, sorry, that's not quite what I was getting at. So in terms of understanding of the consented activity, have you cited a consent that established the existing operation or something? Or?
I had not cited the consent for the Kapiti Island tours. They currently operate, and they were operating when the survey was undertaken. So their demand in terms of parking spaces, I understand, was captured. There were two surveys that were done, and the first survey was done in the summer months when it was operating. The second, which was February, I believe, 2020, I believe. And then the second survey was in the middle of winter, obviously, when they weren't operating. So that first February survey was a spot survey. Yeah. And so any effects from parking that they currently had are captured as part of that survey.
But you're not aware of sorry, there's reference to permitted numbers of people, which I think is in reference to the dock concession.
Are you Is it in, are you referring to a specific paragraph in the transport assessment? Or is that from the
I'm
economic
generally
analysis?
referring to all the stuff I've read. I could try and find it. But
Is it in Angus's evidence in the concession? Which? Yeah.
let me see if I can find it. The numbers of people. So yes, it's well, I think I've seen it in relation to the traffic, but I'd have to go back through the traffic impact assessment to find it. Provides 160 visitor permits per day. 160. Split between the north end and Rangatira Point. I've no idea what they are. So I guess my question from a transport perspective is, do you know how many trips were operating? You know, how the days that you did the parking survey when it was operating, do you
Yeah,
have
we
a
can-
comparable level of its fulsomeness of existing activity, I guess?
We do capture a bit in the traffic assessment, but
Yeah.
I'm just going back to the exact part of it. So in the transport assessment, we talk about in section 3.7, we refer to the Kapiti Island trips.
Yeah. Hold on, just slow down. Let me just
That's right.
find it. We're in section 3.7. Yes. Yep.
And it breaks down in summary, it breaks down what was found by the customer survey, which was undertaken to understand the travel and parking patterns. So in summary, 86% of visitors drove a private vehicle to that area, and then it goes through those percentages there in those bullet points.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of how those numbers are reflected across the total, the wider network, because obviously when people park for the Kapiti Island tours, they probably park fairly close to where the boats depart, but they don't have to park right there. So that's one of the reasons why that wider parking survey was undertaken. So that wider parking survey captures what's going on in the network, but also it did capture what was going on in that car park that the Kapiti Island boat tours currently depart from.
But you don't know if they were at anywhere near 150, 160 visitors.
No, I don't think they were on that day. I don't.
You don't think they
I
were?
don't think they were. No, I
Do you
don't
have
know though.
50%? Or any idea?
Yeah. No, I do not know the exact number of visitors that were on the Kapiti Island tours on the day of the
Right,
survey.
okay. Okay. So in paragraph 15, you talk about anticipated increase in visitors. And in paragraph 24, you talked about the Kapiti Island tours is not expected to place an increased demand in the existing car park supply. So I'm just trying to understand the assumptions that you've made for the parking assessment. Is it, what's the baseline? What have you assumed for the level and intensity of the activity?
Sure. So for Kapiti Island tours, it is assumed that when Te Uruhi is to open, the number of visitors using Kapiti Island tours would be similar to what is experienced today. Kapiti Island tours has a existing resource consent application, so I suppose they could increase their numbers to fulfill the full amount of that consent application. But I'm basing it on how it currently operates today, because we already know there's a lot of extra supply in the network. We already know that those parking spaces are just not filled today. So there is a lot of additional supply available.
So, and you base that from the traffic survey that you did, that there is, so what level of availability did you find?
It's in the appendix of the transportation assessment.
Right. Are you able to just
Oh,
confirm that
actually,
number?
sorry, it's probably best summarised in the conclusion of the transportation assessment. So, under sorry, just bear with me while I find the
That's right,
exact
no rush.
paragraph. Yes, sorry.
So because you've identified in your evidence 290 publicly available car parks within
Yeah.
500 metres.
And then in the conclusions of the appendix, it says the number of unoccupied, unrestricted parking spaces during the peak hour, which was on a Saturday at 11 a.m, there was 138 available spaces of that 290. So that's in the top paragraph of the last page of the appendix. 138 of the 290. And then that paragraph continues and it talks about 47 more parking spaces occupied. So that reflects if the Kapiti Coast Gateway was fully occupied. If it was operating at its peak, then you would have another 47 parking spaces occupied. That would bring it to at least 195 full spaces, which leaves 91 spaces unrestricted in the area. So roughly off the 290, you'd have 200 spaces occupied and 90 would be available.
And so how did you come with the assumption of full occupation would be 47 more spaces?
So that's that was talked about in the parking section under the Kapiti Island. In the Kapiti Island tours part, those percentages, and we can provide you with that analysis, but those percentages being broken down come out to that peak 160. And it's talked about in section 5.5 of the transport assessment. In summary, based on the permitted daily maximum operation of the Kapiti Island tours during peak times, there'd be around 47 out of the 290 unrestricted spaces occupied in the local Patapata Beach area.
So that would equate to people up to the 160 permitted users. So you've got
Correct.
about 3 or 4 in a car is what the assumption is or something.
Those
Yeah.
assumptions are in sections.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, okay. Now, when you have done this, that's on the basis of it being like for like car park replacement, is it right?
That's correct. So would you like me to step through the analysis for the proposed building itself?
Probably my question. So no, I'd probably like to just go to the car parks down the south and just see if we can make sure we understand these, because there is a level of confusion. Now, my colleague here has got the drawing. And I don't know if we can get that up on the screen so that we're all looking at the same one, but we're looking at this one here.
Right, it's great.
That's a right associate. Is that the drawing you've relied on?
Landscape site plan.
Sorry, which is it? Is it a bigger
Plan
drawing or is it a?
L1.
No. Don't think I have that in front of me.
So what drawing have you used? The ones in the report,
Yes.
in the Becker report?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so just take me to that then. So, okay, we've got one on page 17 and we've got one on page 18, is that right?
Appended to the report.
Oh,
Actually, yes, Appendix D of the report.
okay. So just talk me through. I'm looking at, oh, I can't read that. I might need to just get it up on my computer.
I've got another one.
So there's the car park further south.
So the car park that's opposite 63, 62 and 61. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So just describe to me, and I think my colleague asked this question before, but I've got so is that the same number of car parks that's in there at the moment?
No, it's more car parks that's in there at the moment. It's been remarked. So it's the same asphalt footprint.
Right. So what does it look like at the moment that's different?
The car parks are on the east side only at the moment. And so this now makes use of the area better. So we've now got parking spaces on both the seaside and the road frontage side.
So you're moving into a bit, you're moving closer to, so what's on the ground at the moment that you're turning into car parks?
There's asphalt.
Asphalt with no car parks.
Correct.
Right. Okay, so there's no change to the paved area there, and you're getting almost double the amount of car parks, are you?
Quite a few more car parks. Almost double, yeah.
Okay. And you're meeting all the district plan manoeuvring kind of requirements, if there are any?
Correct.
And then, so the one that's further north,
correct,
that's new.
That is correct.
And then the bit that's the northernmost there is existing. And you can
Correct.
sort of see that on the aerial because there's vehicles parked. So you're not changing any of that northern bit other than to put in a
correct
accessible ramp. Is that right?
It's just that ramp heading down there. Sorry, Alison. The hatched area down the end is here as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then so this car park gets put in here. And so how many car parks are in this one that's going, that requires earthworks?
20.
20 car parks.
Of which 2 of them are accessible parking spaces. 20 plus 2 accessible parking spaces.
Okay. Thank you. So my question. Maybe drawing it. So can you talk to me about this matter of that I've heard about the planning documents don't require parking, but then in some places there's talk about, so I'm not doing very well at referring where I've read some of these things, but four car parks are required by the district plan. Can you tell me what
The
that relates to and what this has got to do with the MPS urban development, which I sort of associate in the context of residential development, not necessarily this sort of thing. So I'm just interested to understand your understanding of what the policy direction is around parking for this activity.
Sure thing. So under the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, the requirement for minimum parking standards has been removed in Tier 1 and 2 councils and some Tier 3 councils. Kapiti Coast District Council is a Tier 1 council. So essentially any activity within Kapiti Coast District Council no longer has a parking minimum required for it. However,
Irrespective of the
activity
or where the zone is.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. But the district plan does still have a policy in it with respect to parking, and it says, I'm just going to quote this because I think it's really relevant. New subdivision and development shall provide for safe vehicular and pedestrian access and appropriate vehicle parking areas. So while parking is not required, you should still provide appropriate parking areas. And in particular, what comes to mind is making sure that the transport network is safe for everyone to use. So therefore, why are we providing parking spaces, and why have we referred back to an old district plan parking ratio? So the activity that is proposed, it's really hard to determine what the parking demand will be for it. There is so much cross usage of people in the area that will be visiting this site. So it's quite simple when it comes to the Kapiti Coast, the Kapiti Island tours. We can work out a parking demand from that. There's good visitor number information, but someone popping down to the beach to walk their dog and then walking across the road to grab an ice cream, it's really hard to work out what land use or activity they're coming to the area for. So as a baseline for that, there's a lot of parking rates and a lot of research that does go into the old district plan numbers. They're not totally obsolete. They are based on good research and good understanding of demand and supply. So therefore, that was used as a sort of baseline to say, well, a building of this size, based on that GFA, you'd typically say, if you were just coming to visit that building, it would require 4 parking spaces.
Oh, see, that you assessed it as a retail, not the
that part of it, yeah.
Yeah, not the not the rest of the activity, the biosecurity and the voting and all that.
Yeah.
Right,
Correct.
okay.
Yeah, so that's how we got to those 4 parking spaces.
Right.
You'll note that across the whole area, only we talk about a like-for-like replacement of parking spaces, and there's a difference of 2 parking spaces between what's being lost and what is being replaced. However, given that 290 spaces across a 500-metre walking area of the site, those 2 spaces is kind of considered neither here or there.
So it's 2 less.
2
or
less.
2 more. 2
yeah.
less. Okay.
2 more. Sorry, 2 more.
2 more.
2 more. Sorry.
Okay. So in your view, so putting aside all the policies and capacity, is all the parking needed to mitigate the effects of this proposal, or what is actually necessary?
I think it's necessary to provide a suitable supply of parking spaces in the area. I think they will help to ensure that people can safely walk and easily find a space in that marine park area.
But if they weren't providing some of the parks to the south, would you still support the proposal or not? We haven't assessed it on that basis.
I haven't assessed it on that basis.
Sorry, I'll just refer to some other notes in the meantime. Did you have some questions?
Yeah, I'm trying to get my head around those numbers too. I'm not sure whether you were able to answer the question of how many car parks are generated by the Kapiti boat tours.
Yes, it was 47 spaces.
47 per day.
That's for the 160 visitors to the island.
If all 160.
Correct.
Okay. And currently, I understand there are a lot of car parks used at the boating club, the
Correct.
existing boating club. Right, so that's why you think these 6 spaces, 4 spaces would be sufficient.
For the yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay. So were you involved in the, shall I carry on with my questions or did you want to? Sorry, can everyone hear me? I know some people were saying they couldn't before. Were you involved in the design of the car park at the southern end?
No, I was not. I have reviewed it since as part of preparing for the hearing though.
And you've said that it meets the permitted, well, the standards for
In
car
the
park
district, in the district plan. Correct.
And currently there's only one row of parks on the June side, on the seaward side, and it's being increased to the other side. I'm interested in whether those dimensions would require cars to overhang beyond the edge of the asphalt, you know, that often the nose of the car might overhang into the beyond the curb.
Correct.
If there are no wheel stops.
So we
to
often
prevent that.
Yeah, we often have a 400 millimeter overhang at the end of parking spaces. I'd have to go back with my scale rule to pull it out and then confirm that exact question, but I can easily do that.
Now I can't see any wheel stops shown in this plan, so I'm assuming that there would be possibly a 400 millimeter overhang.
I'm not sure, but there's no wheel stop shown. You're correct, so I can.
Okay, so
find
that's
out
something I can ask of
myself. That's
of
fine.
yourself.
Yeah,
okay.
I can
If
confirm
you
that.
could get back to us on that, thank you.
Have you looked at any opportunities for improving reliance on other modes for getting people to this site? Transport modes?
I haven't. No, I have not. There was an assumption that people using the area, some people might be already walking or biking through the area because of the great amenities in that space already. But no, I haven't investigated further the more reliance on public transport. The surveys that were undertaken essentially set the baseline for how people travel today. So we would typically go back and look at census type data or trip generation rate type information to see if we could get higher shift to potentially public transport for the site. But a bit more analysis would need to be done for that. And also there'd probably be a requirement for the likes of a travel management plan, which would set out what type of education or incentives you would put in place to actually ensure that people did uptake it. Because sometimes just providing an additional service or more buses doesn't actually change mode shift.
Do you think a travel management plan would be useful for this?
Well, one of the quite interesting things is that often with it, I would have a few reservations with it because I suspect visitors coming to the area may find it difficult, could find it a bit tricky to work out and to pick up the information that would support those new initiatives, but it could well be investigated to see if there was potential there to further encourage those modes. So often those travel management plans rely upon workplaces or facilities that are used by regular users. So it would just be a case of understanding how many people visiting this area would be a regular user versus those that would be potentially one-off.
Yeah, I guess it's probably not really thinking of the retail aspect, which you've thought about in the context of the car parks, but you know, if the I don't know, if the evidence, the economic evidence is coming to fruition and this is a huge success, then certainly that might be something that the operators might need to look at some stage.
Maybe in the long term, I suspect, if it's that successful. Yeah.
So I guess the question is, are we doing all we can in the site design at the moment to accommodate that?
In terms of the walking and cycling facilities, I think yes, we are.
So can you
there's
describe to me what the
racks.
bike racks and things are? There was comment in one of the submissions that the drawings were inconsistent, but I
believe it's
just
shown in the landscape architect. Is that correct, Rebecca? The bike racks? Are they shown in any of the plans? Alison just advised me that I wasn't aware there were bike racks. I'm not entirely sure where they are around the building, Alison, maybe on the seaside of the building. But it's the beauty of bike racks is that you can often add more in.
So are they shown on the drawing somewhere? Do you know? Does anyone know? Okay.
Are they shown on the drawing? I don't believe they are. Oh.
Oh, we'll just get the applicant to come back to us and confirm the plan for those. That's all right. We'll let the applicant come back to us and confirm it. Sorry, look, I'll just check my notes to see if there's any other questions. Sorry, I've got a question. Camper vans with these car park areas that are changing and the new one, how will they get on in these car parks?
So the existing area that is shown opposite 54, I understand already has the Freedom Camping, has 2 Freedom Camping spaces in there.
Oh, hold on. We need these traffic plans. Oh, that's these ones. Oh, I see that one there. So and are they bigger spaces than what you've proposed in the southern car parks?
No, those are the same size spaces.
So are you saying that there's 2 car parks in this northernmost one that are signposted for
Correct.
camper vans?
Existing camper vans
Yeah.
in that northern unchanged
Yeah.
car park.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
But they're the same size spaces?
Yeah, that's how Kapiti Coast have marked their Freedom Camping spaces in these areas. They are just existing
But are these vehicles bigger
Spaces.
than the car parks are designed for?
Depends on the size of the camper van.
Well, that one on the aerial looks quite large, doesn't it?
Could be partway in or out of that space. Yep.
I don't know that another one could maneuver in there to get to the bar space. Okay, so there's no special provision for camper vans.
No, there
But
isn't.
if you were designing a car park for a camper van, is it over the 90 percentile vehicle size? Or, those big 6-berth ones that are.
Yeah, there's
I see.
a variety of sizes
Yeah.
of them. Yeah, there definitely are. Some of them are slightly over. Some of them are probably more like a more rigid truck than a 99 percentile passenger vehicle.
What are these designed to? 99. Yeah. 99. Okay. And are you aware of any plans to put more camper van signs in here, or that's not what you've advised on?
I haven't advised on that. No.
Okay. So I'm just checking my notes here.
Kia ora. I just wanted to ask about camper vans as well. And so are those monitoring of those camper van car parks, is that done by council as part of the regular?
Correct. Yeah, they gave us that feedback as part of the as part of preparing our evidence for the hearing.
Thank you.
So given the concerns about the parking that we're having to consider, and we're also interested in the coastal hazard impacts, I was quite keen to understand whether the parking, in particular the 20 spaces where the sand dune needs to be excavated, I was quite keen to understand if they are necessary in your view, but you say you haven't assessed that.
So we've looked at the area as a whole and how it operates with respect to the supply and demand of parking spaces in the area. And based on that, it currently operates well. There is currently parking spaces available. However, you'll note in my evidence, I do talk a little bit about illegal parking on booms and on footpaths and things. That was an item that was raised by submitters. So I'll just find you the paragraph. Paragraphs 26 to paragraph 30 in my evidence. And the submitter identified that when people park on street grass booms, it creates a hazard and obstructs views of traffic. And I agree with that submitter. We really don't want that. And it is an operational issue for council's traffic and bylaw team council's traffic team to deal with. However, in terms of addressing that, it's often an education and wayfinding issue in a town centre like that, so that visitors to the area can find where those available parking spaces are. And I think that by placing those spaces on Marine Park, they will be readily available for people to find.
So the fact that with the worst case scenario of the 46 extra car parks,
we're at 200, we're at a demand of 200 and we've got 290 spaces available.
And you've got 90 available.
So that's in winter. Keep in mind that's a survey from winter. So for summertime, it will be could be a greater demand in the area. So this means that there's ample supply throughout the year.
Oh, sorry. So that's not the summer survey.
Sorry, okay.
That's not the summer survey.
Sorry, the 46 is the summer survey. Yes.
But I think you said that when you surveyed that there's 290 in total, 138 spaces were unoccupied. And the worst case scenario with all of the people on the tours, would be, 47 car parks generated.
Yeah.
So that would be on top of the, I'm confused now.
Sorry, didn't mean to confuse you. Take it as we have, I'll start again. We have a supply of 290 spaces within 500 metres of the site. When we did the survey, we found that there was 138 spaces that were occupied. However,
Or occupied.
yes.
Yep.
Sorry. I'm going to read the exact words here so that I don't get myself a pickle as well. Apologies. Sorry. So, using the baseline from the parking survey, the number of unrestricted parking spaces is approximately 290, and the number of unoccupied unrestricted parking spaces during the peak hour is 138. With 47 more parking spaces occupied, which would come from Kapiti Tours, there would be at least 195 parking spaces occupied in the parking areas without time restrictions during the peak hour of a busy day, with still 91 unrestricted parking spaces left.
But the busy day you're talking about there was a winter Saturday.
I'm just reading it to make sure I'm 100% correct with what I'm giving you. Correct, that is correct.
So do you have any knowledge of whether the peak summer parking demand will be more than that?
It will be more than that.
Where are you actually quoting that from?
That's from the appendix of the transportation assessment. Page 7 of the appendix. Appendix B.
So when they did the parking survey, the Kapiti Tours was probably not operating because they don't operate in summer.
No, that's
So
correct.
they don't operate in winter, is that correct? Yeah. And you didn't do this, so you said you've done the survey twice.
There was a spot survey that was undertaken in February, so they just did a 1 hour parking walk around to work out what the peak demand was at that time in February 2020. I can pull out that information if you'd like.
Is it, can you extrapolate it to the point where it's comparable? You know, the percentage of occupation, or the percentage of occupation, percentage of unoccupied, it doesn't matter which way. But
So the summary of that is in 3.5 of the transportation assessment. So that's on page 11.
yeah, I've got that.
Just going through it at the moment. So that last paragraph of that section, I can summarize it. Would you like me to talk through that section?
Yes, please.
Okay, sure. So that final part then goes on to say that we reviewed, so because we couldn't get, because the full parking survey of the area had to be undertaken in the winter months, and the occupancy of the area from the spot survey was captured in March. We then had a look at imagery. So there's an image from the 3rd of March 2018, which shows an event on the beach based on the number of vehicles parked on the sand, and both the boat club and Marine Parade car parks are full, but there's still unrestricted parking spaces on road and further south.
Okay. So if you'd been able, if you'd had not been disrupted by COVID, would you have done your parking surveys
Yes.
at a different time?
Yes, most definitely.
Right. But do you think that there is, so do you have a gut feel for the kind of capacity that's available, or what level of capacity do you say it's full?
Where do you say it's full? So we typically say it's full at 90% capacity. That's from a transport perspective. At 90%, people find it
People are just
hard-
driving around. and that's
exactly
creating a
to
lot of-
find that one space that is available. So
So do you think in the summer that they're kind of at that 90%?
I'd have to rely on anecdotal evidence from potentially maybe someone like Alison. Are people driving around in the summer months? They are. Yeah.
Right.
So
Okay.
it's about wayfinding and finding those empty spaces at that stage.
Right. So that's yeah. So there's a lot of numbers, but the feeling is that it was full during the summer, and that's going to be the time when the activity is busy. Right. Okay. All right. I don't think I've got any further questions, but let me just check.
Can I just ask one question about that? That 2018, March 2018 survey, did you know when you did that count whether there were boat tours
So just
operating?
on that 2018, that was just an image that we could look at to see what was going on. So I can only assume that tours were taking place at that time.
Is there any way to check that anywhere?
Probably, yeah.
Would there be some
I think the
records
issue
somewhere?
was that there was a big event going on.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was sort of
So that would have swamped the
correct.
the boat tour
Yeah.
parking probably. I mean, you're
We
not
can
planning
find
for those big events in terms of this. It's just trying to understand what the normal
Correct.
peak is rather than the massive events that are.
Mhm.
Yeah. Page 4. Sorry, there was a recommendation in the Tonkin and Taylor report that said that space 18 in area 1 needs to be wider. Do you have a view on that? There doesn't seem to be a condition on that. I'm not entirely sure what area A is.
So this would be relating to space.
The southernmost?
The southernmost. So it's the last parking space on the aisle, and I agree with Tonkin and Taylor's recommendation. We typically add an extra 300 millimeters to the end of a parking space that's at the end of an aisle, so that it's a bit easier to turn in and out of.
So does that matter that you need to consider? So that would mean that we'd lose a park to accommodate that, would we?
Or there's a little bit of, would you take that 300 mil off one of those landscaping little bits either way? You shuffle everything along just a touch.
Okay, well, if the applicant can come back to us and confirm how you want to deal with that. No, that's all my questions. Anything else? So you were just going to come back to us on 2 points, I think. One was how to deal with the TNT recommendation and your own about that parking width and the bike racks.
Bike racks, and I had a note on the parking overhang of the
Oh, yes.
spaces.
Excellent. That's the other one. Okay, so 3 points. So thank you. I have no further questions. Thanks. Back to you, Mr. Randall.
Thank you. It's Ms. Rebecca Cray is the next witness.
Tēnā koutou, my name is Rebecca Cray. I'm a senior landscape architect at Becker Limited. I've been practicing as a landscape architect for 10 years, and I am a registered landscape architect with the New Zealand Institute of Landscape Architects. I've been involved with this project since March 2020. In my role as landscape architect, I have prepared the landscape and visual effects assessment for Te Uruhi and the Southern Car Park. This reporting and subsequent evidence covers landscape, visual, and natural character matters. I will now briefly recap on the key points within my evidence. Te Uruhi is a new visitor centre and biosecurity building that is proposed for the northern end of McLean Park. In terms of context and existing environment, this is a modified coastal park setting currently used as a sealed asphalt car park. The proposed Southern Car Park is a car park extension proposed some 500 metres south of Te Uruhi within McLean Park to provide additional car parking. The site is currently a mown back dune with some native and exotic vegetation. While both the Te Uruhi and Southern Car Park sites have a mix of coastal attributes and park-like amenity, the degree of natural character associated with the Southern Car Park is higher than that of the more modified Te Uruhi site. Both sites are zoned natural open space and are subject to a special amenity landscape and coastal environment overlays. They also adjoin the four-dune environment of Parapara Umu Beach, which is recognised as an area of high natural character and includes a coastal no-build line. The proposed development does not exceed this coastal no-build line or encroach on the designated area of high natural character. The Te Uruhi building is proposed directly opposite number 3 and number 5 Marine Parade, while the Southern Car Park is proposed directly opposite number 55, 56, 57, 58 Marine Parade. In my assessment, the overall degree of landscape, visual and natural character effects of the Te Uruhi site have been assessed separately and are low landscape effects, low to moderate visual effects for Manly Street, Kapiti Road and Gulf Road residents, moderate visual effects for the resident at 3 Marine Parade, and moderate to high visual effects for number 5 Marine Parade, being the resident directly opposite the building. Overall, there were low natural character effects generated by Te Uruhi. These effects are subject to the implementation of the proposed landscape plan prepared by Rate and Associates, the retention of the remaining Pahutakawa trees identified within their plan, and the signage and lighting design meeting the detailed criteria suggested in the draft conditions that have been put forward by Ms. McLean and Mr. Anderson. In my assessment, the overall degree of landscape, visual and natural character effects generated by the Southern Car Park site will be low to moderate landscape effects, low to moderate visual effects on 55, 56, 57, and 58 Marine Parade residents, and low to moderate effects on the natural character of the wider coastal environment. These effects are also subject to the implementation of the proposed coastal enhancement, car park planting, and additional coastal enhancement planting being undertaken as per the landscape plan prepared by Rate and Associates. So in summary, I have reviewed the S42A report and note that Ms. Williams and I are in agreement with regards to the identified level of effects, including a moderate to high visual effect rating for number 5 Marine Parade. Ms. Williams raised further lines of questioning around lighting and signage within the S42A report, and the draft conditions within Ms. McLean's evidence have subsequently been refined to address these matters. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll make a start. I think those are, that's your set. I think I've got my own sheet. I'm interested in the way that you you've used the 7-point scale in the NZILA best practice note, and I'm just wondering how you come up with the minor, more than minor, like just so that people understand, because I don't think it was in your, it didn't show where the minor sits within that low, very low, high, significant. I'm trying to find a little table that we can put up to show people, because there's been a few questions that people have raised in submitters.
So your question is how the effects ratings that I've come to equate to RMA planning language, is that?
Yes.
Yeah.
The minor and less than minor.
Yeah. I do have that table here. Do you?
Yeah, I mean, I've got something that I've just drawn up, but the very low, low, moderate, low is less than minor. Sorry, less than minor is very low and low. Then it's minor if it's moderate, low. If it's, yeah. Do you want to ask the question? Yeah, okay, I'll let you speak to that.
Sure. So as per the Te Tangiati Manu NZILA guidelines, very low and low to moderate can sit within a low or less than minor. Sorry, I've got the wrong thing up. Hang on. Sorry, I'll just scrap that. So for very low fixed rating under the NZILA terminology, that equates to a less than minor RMA planning terminology. Low and low to moderate equate to a minor RMA term. And moderate to high equate to a more than minor RMA terminology. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. And then you've changed your, after the reviewer, and you've thought about this, you've looked at the effects rating for 5 Marine Parade. Is that your paragraph 31 of your evidence? And you've changed it from a moderate to a moderate high visual effects. And I just, could you explain how you, on what basis you changed your rating on that?
Certainly. So I read Julia's comments on the matter, and I went and reassessed it and revisited the site. On balance of considering number 3 Marine Parade and number 5 Marine Parade, I ascertained that number 3 from parts of the building will probably still have views of the coastal environment, whereas for Miss Knight's views from her property at number 5, there is almost no view of the coastal environment will be able to be maintained. And considering that in conjunction with the visual amenity effects and changes to her views, I decided to upgrade it to a moderate to high effects rating.
And I thought it would also be useful to explain just what in that 7-point scale, what, just based on what you just said, what a moderate to high description says in the best practice guide. Just so people understand why that, even though, I mean, I have been to the site, we'll be doing another site visit after this, but I have seen that there is actually trees in that view as well, but you're talking about the coastal environment, so which takes up some of that view. If you could explain what that best practice guide says about moderate to high ratings.
Are you talking about in terms
So
of
it's
the
a
RMA?
qualitative, it is a qualitative assessment, but there are
Yes.
some quite specific things around what you look at.
Yeah, sorry. So are you wanting me to explain?
Yeah, just read
how-
out that table. I think you'd have that in your, well, I can probably bring it up. But it's in the NZILA best practice note where it talks about the 7-point ranking and what each one of those might mean.
In terms of RMA language or in terms of just describing the
Describing, yeah,
effect?
just the description, thanks, in terms of qualitative description.
Yeah, I'll just have to bring that up.
I don't know if we can put that up on the screen. Okay, but you've got it there.
Sorry, I don't think I've seen in the guidelines definitions of what each of those 7 points mean. Do you have it up there, or is?
I have got one, but
I know there are
I don't know how I can
industry
show it
ones,
on the
but
screen.
yeah, I don't.
Sorry, perhaps if you just explain what your understanding is of those different categories, that might help us.
Yeah, so as the Commissioner said, they are a qualitative exercise and they take into account quantitative matters, but they are looking at the combination of degree of change to landscape and degree of effect and visual amenity that the residents currently experience. And in determining that there would be a moderate to high visual effect rating from 5 Marine Parade, that's signaling significant changes to her views, to her enjoyment of the coastal environment that she currently enjoys. So she will no longer have that same enjoyment should the building be placed between her property and the ocean.
And so number 3 is moderate because?
Number 3 is moderate because I believe, although I have not been on the property within the dwelling, that there will still be some views obtained out to the northwest, sort of out along Tikotu Stream and through kind of the boat club corridor. And they also have a 2-story dwelling, so they have some advantages with the gain in height.
You weren't involved in the design of the building, but I'm interested in the finished floor level being 1.2 above the existing ground. Is that correct? 1.2, 1.3.
I have to double check
somewhere. But my question relates to the actual total height, which I think has been stated as 5.3 of the 5.3 meters is the total height of the building. Is that from the current ground level, or is that from the raised, like is it raised on piles and then the height is measured from the ground, or from the deck to the top?
My understanding, I will check for confirmation, but that the total height is measured from the existing ground level and will be under 6 meters, which is the district plan criteria.
So it would
the height
include
the raised floor.
Additional 1.3 meters.
Correct.
Thank you. I have some questions around the visual simulations, but no, carry on.
Might be just a couple of us, yeah. So that was great. Have you, you said you hadn't been on the property at number 3. Have you been at number 5 or?
Yes, I've visited Ms. Nye's property and I've been inside her living room and taken photos from her living room very early on in the project.
Right. And so you can see the sea from her property, or just the foreshore reserve?
Yes, you can see the sea, and you can see Kapiti Island. You can see, parts of the dune sort of associated with the northern side of the Tukotu stream bank. And obviously there's the existing car park in her foreground view, and sort of the undulating mown grass that leads up to the sand beach environment.
So you wouldn't see the foreshore, you'd see the sea beyond and Kapiti Island.
I believe you could see a tiny bit of the foreshore, but I haven't got that exact photo right here. I can bring it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so the building's going to obscure the focal point of that view, or the entire view of the island.
Well, and it would
presumably the
obscure
island.
pretty much the entirety of her view of the island, based on the visual simulation that I have here. She will see very minor glimpses and under the existing tree canopy of the Pahutakawas on the western side of McLean Park. But yeah, her coastal views are pretty much mostly screened by the building. Did you want?
And in the living spaces, I mean, I can ask the submitter in due course, but the living spaces at the front of the house?
Correct. They're the western side of the house towards the northern side, but her dining living is all connected across that front sea view facing side.
You have a visual simulation that shows. Yeah.
We do have a visual simulation from outside her property, number 5 Marine Parade, and that was produced to understand further and talk to Ms. Knight about the proposed development.
It's page 3, photo viewpoint 9.
What's all the stuff in the existing view?
So the Greater Wellington Regional Consent had already been granted when the visual simulation expert went to site to take these photos. And so the fencing that you can see there in the Porta Coms is associated with the consented works that were undertaken in the Tukotu stream, which you can see there now.
Right. And that's been completed,
Correct.
I think, isn't it?
Yes.
I
There's
didn't
no
see-
more fencing or Porta
I don't
Coms
see
there.
any of that. Okay, all right. So that's just been the opportunity that view's been because that area hasn't had trees and it has had the car park there historically. Is that there's a view shaft between?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So you can slightly see like if the Porta Coms weren't there, you can see a slight bit of sandiness and the beach and Kapiti Island like broadly behind.
Okay.
Just on while we're looking at this visual simulation, I'm just looking at the proposed, the completed, constructed photo. I'm just looking at the scale. No, those people look very small on the left-hand side compared to that car on the left-hand side. How can you be certain that that the scale is correct? Did you have anything can you talk me through how those visual simulations were done?
I didn't prepare the visual simulations myself, so they were prepared by U6 Photo Montages, who are visual simulation experts, and they have prepared them in accordance with the NZILA best practice guidelines. I would have to go and double check with regards to your comment and regarding that car and the scale of the people. However, I have worked alongside them as they prepared both the background photos to stitch them together to be accurate and getting the photo montage, the visual simulation prepared. But I would have to go and check whether that's just a discrepancy that they've left the car nose in there, in which case it does obscure or distort how that view is.
Because it does actually also affect the scale of the trees, like how those trees look very tall compared to the people shown in that view. So I'm not sure which is, it just doesn't give me confidence that that's actually the correct scale. It might just be the people that are wrong and everything else is in proportion, but
Possibly.
Then further on, on the right hand side of this image, there's a tree. There's another tree in there, which,
Yes.
so how long would you, if this is going to look like this, how long would that be? How long would that tree, how old would that tree be?
We went and did some work around that, as that was raised in conversation with Miss Knight and showing her these visual simulations. We did prepare a secondary version of this visual simulation as to what the trees and the landscaping would look, well, actually it was just the trees, the purakawas would look like at the time of implementation, because they're obviously much smaller. And that provided the basis for me to put a comment specifically within my LVA that the trees wouldn't reach a suitable height or screening or maturity to provide a discernible amount of mitigation to her view within the medium-term timeframe of 3 to 8 years.
So it would be at least 8 years before the trees would get that high?
Definitely, yes.
Yeah. Unless you were to use transplant, possibly?
Yes, we had previously looked at transplanting some trees, but I believe the ones shown as new trees there would have to be new trees from a nursery.
And I read somewhere about some trees being poisoned. I don't know whether that's any of these trees were affected by that, as their health was not great. Are these trees all healthy, the ones that are existing, that you're assuming will still be there in 8 years' time?
I'm not an arborist, but I believe an agricultural assessment has been undertaken on the health and size of those trees, and we're wanting to protect all remaining trees on the reserve. Ms. Solomon might be able to provide further comment on it. I'm not sure.
Do you want to provide comment?
So the trees that are left are the ones that have been established as being healthy enough to remain.
Thank you. I do note that in the plans, I know I'm a detailed person, the place where the tree is shown on the landscape plans has got a very small hole in the paving to plant the trees. So that's a detail, obviously, that will have to be figured out at the time when you get down to details.
Absolutely, I can discuss that with Ray and Associates.
And are you aware of where the cycle parking goes while we're on that subject?
The elusive cycle parking. No, I'm not. I didn't design these
I think
plans.
we've established that there's probably about 8 cycle parks, but there's room, as somebody has said, there's room to add more if needed.
Yes, that's correct.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions? Thank you.
I've got some questions regarding the southern car park. So I'm trying to find the right cross section. So if I'm looking at the section, this one here, I don't know if we can get that one up on the screen, but I'm looking at a rate and a rate thing. It's a section L201. So I'm trying to understand what is happening to this sand dune. Are you able to talk me through your understanding of what you've assessed?
I can talk you through my understanding and what I have assessed. There have been a number of design changes and iterations worked through and coming up with this southern car park design that's been put forward. And my understanding is that there will be a degree of excavation undertaken. So in the top car park section A, there is a very faint red line that ties into the back of that SUV that shows where the existing landform is. It's its existing ground line. And so that material will be excavated, and the western side or seaward side of the back dune profile will be chamfered down to meet the new car park edge. Is that the section you were referring to?
Yeah, and then the other section is on an angle. Is it?
I believe that's just for the ramp, so the public access way, the new pedestrian access way that will cut up to the existing coastal walkway.
Oh,
So that is a lesser angle because the path will be ramped up to meet that connection.
Can I just ask about the other car park? So our understanding is there is no excavation required in the southernmost car park. That's all existing asphalt.
That's correct.
And so it's almost level with there is no cross section for this. So
Correct.
It would have been useful maybe, although yeah, it's existing. One of the submitters mentioned rock walls, but I can't see any rock walls. And can you confirm that?
I can't see any rock walls either. I'm not sure what that comment was in relation to.
And my question about the overhang of the cars, if you've got an 800mm strip along the road frontage and you possibly have I don't know whether that includes curbs outside curbs, which could possibly reduce it to 700. And then you've got an overhang of 300mm of that's what I'd like confirmed, because there aren't any wheel stops shown there to prevent people overhanging into the planting. Do you have any comment on that?
I do remember raising it during the design process. I'd have to go and double check where we got to in terms of working with rates. But I believe what it came down to was that if we put wheel stops in along the Marine Parade, sorry, not the Marine Parade side, but if we put wheel stops in along the new southern car park, for instance, that would mean that we would have to potentially cut into the back of the dune more to accommodate the turning circles, but I'd have to go and double check that. But your question is around how much, if there's no wheel stops there, how the cars interact with the planted strip. Is that your?
Yes, I'm be concerned about the health of the planting and the effectiveness of the planting to screen the car park as seen from the roadside and properties opposite.
I can pass that on.
so what's your understanding of the cut height for the new car park? This red line that you were pointing out to me?
My understanding was that it was less than a metre vertical cart.
Somewhere I read earthworks, I think it was in the officer's report, up to 1.4 metres. Are you aware that where that might be?
I believe that was regarding this Takotu stream works, based on what Ms. McLean has just told me.
And the total earthworks for the car park? Something like 700.
I would have to double check that volume. Sorry, I don't have that right in front of me.
Sorry, just so 1.4 metres is at the stream, which has already been done. Is that right?
I would have to double check that. The 1.4 meters is the work that's already been undertaken at the stream. Yes.
And so the one on the car park that I'm interested in is less than 1 metre, is your understanding? And no issue with the planting on that step and face?
Sorry, the planting of the June, are you talking about?
So there's no retaining shown here.
Correct.
That's correct. So this is going to be a planted,
Yes.
steepened
Yeah, and that was a deliberate,
better,
yeah, action, yes.
and that was deliberate for
Avoiding a hard-edged line against the back dune. So previously there was a design to have a retaining wall along there, which subsequently through analysing going through the landscape and visual natural character effects process, we wanted to contour it to make it look more natural.
So all the way along there it'll be planted, not a wall. And
Correct.
is there any special requirements for establishing plants on that slope, which I don't know what it is because it's too small for me to read, sorry.
Do you mean in terms of
1
them
and
physically
3.
being able
Yeah,
to
yeah.
grow?
So obviously when the slope gets too steep, I don't think you have as many options to plant, is that right?
That slope will be fine, I believe. So it's got a 3-to-1 slope, which is
Okay, thank
standard for slope planting.
And so that'll be some sort of
They're
grassy species. Or
coastal dune species that are acclimatized to dry, windy conditions and sandy soils.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Just in terms of the planting too, if we're looking at the car park still, there's areas of offset mitigation planting shown red hatched. This planting that you're talking about on the slope, it's not shown as mitigation planting, it's not red hatched. So do we know the extent, is there a plan somewhere that shows how much of that area will be disturbed and will have to be replanted? Or is this a concept that will be further detailed? And how will we know how much there will be? Like what will the conditions hang around in terms of plans that have been referred to?
So your question is quantifying the amount of vegetation being removed.
Yeah, I'm
versus
just
replaced?
interested in the red hatched areas,
Yes.
offset mitigation. So that's for the planting that's been lost to create the car parks. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. So there's a large amount of planting being put in around the car park, which helps mitigate the effects of the structure being put in. And then the additional what's termed the offset mitigation planting, which is in the red hatch, is a significant coastal enhancement planting to address the very localized moderate effects. And very localized, I mean within 150 meters of this car park site, very localized natural character effects generated by the car park in this location. So that was the premise behind the distinction between those two types of planting.
Mm-hmm. But we don't show which is new planting for the car park, that back dune area, that's that 1 and 3 slope that you mentioned. It's not indicated on here. It's shown as it's already
Correct. It's all
existing.
just shown as, I think they've actually put a bit of a wash over it, like a Photoshop wash, so they haven't actually identified what existing planting can be retained that's already there.
Is it possible to get a plan that shows where
Yes,
that
of-
planting,
yes,
new
of
planting would
course.
have to occur?
Mhm.
Thank you. And just a question about the offset mitigation planting to the very south, which is off this plan, but must be somewhere. That's currently grass, is that correct? Mown grass?
Yes, that's correct.
So that would be planted, that sounds like if possible you would use the sand dune material possibly to create mounds.
If you could explain some of that, please.
Yes, I don't think the details been confirmed for that, but we do have the potential to reutilize the material excavated to create the southern car park to recreate some of the back dune undulation that you would typically find in the dunes before planting them. I'm not sure whether that's specifically being sought, so I'd have to check on that.
Is it? Do we know? The earthworks associated with that are included as part of this application? No?
What are we asking about? The earthworks for the offset areas? Or the,
So that's currently grass,
right.
currently mowing grass.
So why would there need to be earthworks to plant plants?
What we're saying, well, what I believe, Commissioner is asking is whether some of the excavated material can be reused where the extensive offset mitigation planting is proposed. Is that what you're asking? And the answer is it could be used, and I have floated the idea in the process, but I'm not sure whether they've confirmed where the material will be disposed or reused at this stage.
So why would you want to use it?
Well, one, to help recreate a more undulating back dune environment, whereas it's currently existing quite flat mown grassland, and two, to minimise construction costs because disposing of fill is an expensive undertaking.
Does that potentially affect more properties further down the line is what I'm thinking about that aspect. If it's currently mowing grass and it's going to be replaced.
I hadn't
I
assessed
accept that it's increasing the natural character from a landscape perspective, but from an amenity perspective, that does change.
Well, the planting's part of the proposal. That's what's been assessed. That's right. Putting the earthworks there is
correct. I haven't assessed the effects that could be associated with relocating the removed fill and replacing it further south in the reserve. So I haven't assessed that. I've assessed the effects of providing additional coastal enhancement planting along that part of the reserve.
Presumably consent would be required to put fill on this area. So, and that's not what the application is. So it's just deal with it as planting.
Of any scale, I think that's probably right. But
Yeah.
there'll be some tolerance within the application that's been made, which specifies planting. You're obviously bringing in some topsoil and to put the plants in is not going to be.
No, but I mean
gonna
the
require
disposal of the fill
Yeah.
from the
I
excavation.
understand.
Yeah.
So as I say, of any
Because it won't be topsoil, presumably it'll be sand.
Yeah. But I think my point is implicit in the application to do offset planting of coastal species in that area. There's some earthworks that are associated with that.
Or planting, yeah.
Yeah.
And not changing the landform.
No.
Yeah, no. You'd want them to put some good soil in there for the plants to grow, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Let me just check my notes, hold on. Can you just explain what we're offsetting? Because it's not in the same location in terms of the residents' impacts, is it? Are we talking about the natural environment?
Yes.
More generally or more broadly?
We're talking about the natural environment in terms of very localized effects.
And what scale are those effects before and after? What's that? So these are the low to moderate.
The very localized effects were moderate.
Moderate.
After increasing or enhancing the natural character values of the balance of the reserve through the extensive coastal mitigation planting that would go down to low to moderate.
once you've taken the offset into account. Is
Correct.
that what you do? Sorry, I'm just
Yes,
trying to
that's
think. I
correct.
normally apply offsets in context of
Yeah, the
ecology.
terminology is confusing. Within my evidence, I hadn't referred to it as offset mitigation because there's a slight RMA language difficulty there. So I had referred to it as coastal enhancement planting within my evidence.
And so maybe it's more that they're moderate localized adverse effects and the enhancement planting will generate a minor positive effect or something. Or what would you describe that as? Just on its own merits, you know?
Yeah,
or
on
after,
balance, I would
yeah.
say that the extensive coastal native planting will provide a net positive effect to the reserve. Yeah, which is what I had put within my LVA and evidence.
Sorry, in paragraph 75, you talk about a condition. That signage. Which condition are you referring to there?
For signage, I believe it was the new condition 6. I'll just have to go and find it. Sorry. Yeah.
The one about lighting and moving images on the sign, preventing those.
Yes, there were 2. Hang on, I'll just have to go and find the conditions. Sorry, a correction. I think it's number 7 now. In the
lighting.
condition set, yeah.
Sorry, but the preceding discussions about signage. And that condition's about lighting.
If I can assist, Commissioner, I think it's the addition to condition 1, the in general accordance condition, which specifically referred to those rate plans. And there's some wording underlined at the start of condition 1, which mentions signage specifically in that context. So in other words, the signage shown on those rate plans, you have to deliver the project, implement it in general accordance with those, including as the signage.
Is that what you're meaning? Okay.
Thanks. Previously, sorry, the conditions have been slightly revised since my evidence was put forward. I guess it should say the preferred conditions relating to signage within Ms. McLean's evidence suitably address the above sought outcomes.
Okay. So in paragraph 84, when you say that the Te Uruhi building meets the relevant criteria for building height and coverage, what are you meaning in terms of coverage? Because my understanding is it doesn't meet the site coverage.
Am I able to refer to Ms. McLean for this?
Well, it's your evidence, but if you need some advice from me, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
I think there's been sort of misworded word when it's referred to coverage, it's floor area. So overall floor area of the buildings rather than the coverage within the site.
Okay, so there's a rule relating to floor area and site coverage.
Correct.
So what is I haven't read anything about floor area, and that's what does that set?
Off the top of my head, it's around 350 square meters per building.
Right.
And that doesn't include decks if they're not covered?
If they're not covered and are less than a meter in height.
Thank you.
So that's what you're meaning, is it it means the scale of building that's permitted rather than the site coverage?
So what I'm meaning is that the Te Uruhi building meets the district plan requirements for building footprint coverage and building height, which has to be less than 6 meters.
So in paragraph 89, I just had a query around the quote from the LVA assessment where it says the native restoration planting. We're talking about the car park. The one that's been involving the earthworks into the dune. The native restoration planting is extensive. That's the restoration planting, isn't it?
Yes.
However, it's not able to fully screen park vehicles and associated landform changes. But it doesn't screen it at all, does it? There's no attempt to try and screen the car park?
Based on the current visual simulations, yes, there is a partial screening of what would be the car and car bumpers, which is photo viewpoint 13. And the corresponding visual simulation, where we run into issues, and as Mr. Randall raised earlier today, we run into issues, one with the available width of planting along that marine parade boundary, because if we widen it, we will have to cut into the dune further. And secondly, if we propose trees along there, then we will further potentially obscure residents' views of the wider coastal environment beyond the crest of the dune. So it is a balancing act. Further work potentially could be done, but there's obviously some other constraints that we're trying to balance here.
The partial screening of the bumpers.
Can you make some comment too about the height of that planting? Are there any other considerations? Like if it was, could it be higher? Are there any other? Would there be any constraints around that?
Yeah, I mean, potentially you can run into other constraints when you try to resolve one issue such as screening, and then potentially run into SIPTED or crime prevention issues if we're trying to wholesomely screen that whole car park from view. So residents do provide a very important passive surveillance function in terms of public activities.
So would there be an ideal height where it balances out those potential SIPTED issues and screening? I'm just wondering about a condition possibly around maintaining a particular type of planting.
Yeah, there's
Purpose of
potential there.
planting.
Yes, we could look into that. It may be that having a continuous height of the same height of vegetation along that front can't be achieved for sightline and prevention, crime prevention reasons, but could definitely look to increase the height of vegetation in some instances along that border.
Thank you.
So in this is my last one. Paragraph 116, you talk about the coastal dune planting. This might be a question to pick up with the planner in due course, but which condition, how's that actually secured through the conditions is probably something that I can pick up later, unless you have awareness around that.
Sorry, which paragraph were you referring to?
116 about the coastal dune planting, and you're
Mhm.
talking about secure. I'm just asking about, how do we secure that positive contribution? It didn't come out clearly in any of the conditions to my review, but if you're not across that, then I can wait and ask the planner.
It is in, so under the general, so the first consent condition, number 1, the Ray and Associates landscape plans are all listed there, and they include the southern car park and this associated planning that you're referring to.
Have another question. Yeah. I just have a question around whether it's about appropriateness of this particular activity in this environment. How did you consider the nature of the proposal in terms of having to be in this particular location? Did that affect your assessment in any way?
So you're asking how the existing environment context affected my assessment of this particular?
Did it
Cover.
affect your assessment? The fact that this is a particular activity that we've heard evidence that this is a really significant location, or could it be somewhere else? Or no, it's not actually my question. My question is about appropriateness of this activity in the coastal environment.
Okay, yeah. So in terms of appropriateness within the coastal environment, this isn't about, in terms of what the coastal environment overlay and the policy refers to and is trying or seeking to protect, it is trying to protect from the inappropriate use and development of the coastal environment, and defines the coastal environment as the Fordune and Parapara Beach. I would just have to find the exact wording within my evidence. But in terms of how I assess the car park, and particularly referencing back my comments earlier on the moderate degree of natural character effects in the very localized environment, the policy isn't looking at specifically incremental changes around the edges of the coastal environment. It's about avoiding blasting through the middle of those areas that are protected or of high value. So for instance, in my own opinion, if we were seeking to create a new vehicle cut through an access way to the beach at this point, I would deem that to be inappropriate, because it is entering into that area of high natural character and creating a new intervention that crosses that extensive Fordune environment and creates a change in terms of the coastal environment that has a more noticeable effect on that wider receiving context.
And the actual Uruhi structure, building, do you consider that appropriate in this environment?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
You all right now? Okay, look, I think we're all done, so we'll take a break there. And we're 15 minutes behind schedule, which isn't too bad. But perhaps we'll just have a 10-minute break to try and catch up. So we'll see you back at 22. people through the bathroom. Sorry, we might need longer toilet stops with the lack of toilets. Sorry about that, but yeah, I think we're ready to hear from
Emma McLean.
your
So
staff
last
witness.
witness, yeah,
Yep,
thank
thank you.
Kia ora. I don't project my voice very well, so hopefully you can all hear me in the back all right. My name's Emma McLean. I'm a senior planner with Cuttress Consultants, and I've been involved in the project since March 2020. I think that the description of the land use consent sought has been well detailed, so I won't go through this in detail. However, I'd just like to draw the panel's attention to a few key points, particularly some that have been raised as matters of concerns by the submitters, particularly with regard to traffic and parking. This has been outlined by Ms. Taylor and Mr. Rodenberg for council, and it's considered that the project will not worsen or create any new adverse effects. And when I talk about the project, it's the buildings in the car park that consent is sought for, rather than the current tour operation and that activity. With regards to natural hazards, and I'll touch on some of the questions that have been raised so far a little later. The project's considered to suitably address the known natural hazards through design. All earthworks are cut only, thereby in terms of flood effects, it's not seen to be pushing flood waters elsewhere. The building has a floor level above the modelled 1% AEP event, and none of the climate change scenarios will see the building affected by sea level rise within the design life of the building. Additionally, it's also been designed to be relocatable. As well, the southern car park area is not deemed critical infrastructure with regards to protection from any future coastal hazards. With regard to visual effects and amenity, as has been outlined sufficiently by other experts here today, there will be a change. It's acknowledged there will be a change in the visual amenity values appreciated by some of the submitters. However, the receiving environment of those submitters is not considered to be altered. They will still have available sunlight, privacy, dominant. There won't be a dominance and bulk effect on those particular submitters. Thereby, the only amenity that will be is considered to be directly affected is related to visual effect and what those submitters will see when using their internal and external living spaces. It's considered that the properties where the submitters are located are within an urban environment as defined by the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, which does guide through Objective 4 and Policy 6, which, sorry, I have, which does explicitly state that when making planning decisions that affect urban environments, that there is not an expectation that the environment will remain the same. It is subject to change over time, and those changes may reasonably include the establishment of the project before you. It's considered suitable conditions of consent proffered by the applicant to minimise effects, proffered by the applicant to minimise any effects, particularly with regards to external lighting. In regards to natural character, I think it's largely been established that the primary effects on natural character are around that southern car park extension. Baseline assessments have been carried out on the natural character, but it's also important to note that in the district plan setting, natural character is also well defined, with point 2 of the definition stating that the highest degree of natural character, so the greatest naturalness, occurs where there is least modification. Therefore, when determining the effects on natural character for this project, regard must have been had to the already lower value attributed to the site as per the district plan, rather than a particular baseline or opportunity loss to re-establish natural character. As such, the effects on natural character are very limited to the immediate area of the proposed southern car park, albeit in a currently modified state by mown grass and asphalt car parking on either side. When considering the environment, it must also be considered as a whole, i.e. the coastal environment, and shouldn't be considered so narrowly. The effects of the environment should be considered within the environment that it sits. In this case, that environment includes a special amenity landscape and the wider McLean Park area, which extends north to Waikanai and south to Paikakariki. When considering this and what the wider environment is, it would be much like you would for a new house. It's not just the property in which it sits or is to be constructed on, but the surrounding streets with it. So when considering the effects on natural character on the environment as a whole, I consider the effects on natural character to be less than minor. It's noted that the submitters did not raise any other concerns with respect to other effects addressed in the AEE, with any environmental effects considered to be no more than minor at greatest. It's also important to note that there are a number of positive effects as a result of the proposal, which include improving the departure and biosecurity facilities for Kapiti Island tours, bringing together the community, cultural history and values of the site, and generally conveying information and knowledge about the nature reserve, along with enhancing ecological values. With regard to the objectives and policies, I consider that the project generally aligns with those in the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement, the Regional Policy Statement, and the District Plan. In particular, the objectives and policies refer to, and in some cases directly support, the functional need of activities in the coastal environment, resilience of the built environment to coastal hazards, and the maintenance and enhancement of public open space and recreational opportunities. These three areas are all fundamental elements of a relocatable biosecurity facility located directly adjacent the boat launching area within an established open space and a recreational area. In addition, the project also appropriately mitigates through localized planting and offsets by additional planting to the south of the existing car park, natural character effects on the coastal environment, such as that they will be no more than minor. There are no engineered retaining structures proposed, and native planting is being reintroduced to a presently modified area. As previously discussed, the project is supported through guidance by Objective 4 and Policy 6 of the National Policy Statement for Urban Development, where it relates to the urban environment of the submitters. Based on our conclusions of the assessment of effects being no more than minor and the alignment of the objectives and policies, I conclude that the project successfully meets both of the two Section 104D gateway tests. It's such that my professional opinion that given the design of the development, the mitigation measures and the suggested conditions of consent, any potential environmental effects associated with the proposal are acceptable and no more than minor. In particular, when considering the positive effects, the proposed development is appropriate for the site and the consent can be granted. Additionally, I've noted some questions that have come up from the commissioners through questioning of the other expert witnesses, and I'd like to answer some of those now if that suits the commission. So the first one's in relation to the coastal hazards and those earthworks for the proposed car park at the southern end of McLean Park. So in relation to that is also, I guess, the earthwork scope down there. It was asked about the volume. So it's proposed there's 550 cubic meters of earthworks associated with that car park to a depth of no more than 1 meter. And this was designed after a topographical survey was undertaken of that area. With regards to coastal hazards and whether there's any extra risk or additional risk to the residents across the road, it's considered that the crest height of that dune is not changing. There is no engineered structures, and it keeps that undulating
dune topography to allow for some of those natural processes to occur. It's also that particular area is also fairly modified in that the topography isn't, a steep dune. It is already relatively flat in areas. In some cases, it does act as a depression towards marine parade. The overall design is also very much similar in regards to the car parks on either side, in that it's not changing the height, and the finished ground level is approximately the same, but as has been discussed, a cross section through there would be helpful, so that should provide some more detail on that as well. In regards to the cycle parking and the location of that, so that is shown on the site plan through the Athfield's architectural plans. It's not very well articulated, but perhaps it might be helpful if you brought up a plan. I can point to the location that they can be found. No, it's the first sheet that shows the general site plan. What? Maybe I'll. Let me. Yes, that one looks like it. You'll find to the west of the car park, there are 3 number 17s, which relate to some of the artwork that will be installed. I don't have a
Yeah. So they're not labelled, are they?
No, and
It's
that
labelled
will
as
be the error in communication, is that they haven't
Code.
been clearly labelled. No.
Oh, there's 3 po.
Yes, they're
And-
the 3 smaller po of Whenua, and then the car parks, the bicycle parks are just to the west of those. And then they had been designed so that there wouldn't be overhang of that pedestrian walkway.
Overhang.
So when you attach the bike, it wouldn't stick out into the pedestrian walkway that then links through, so that they'll be clear
Oh,
of that
I see.
pathway.
So how many are there? Sorry.
Yeah, I would have to confirm that the
Yeah.
12 lines do represent the 12.
And I'm also assuming that they're one of those hoop bar ones that you can put a bike
Yeah.
on both sides. So,
That level of detail hasn't been gone into
yeah.
yet.
Yep.
Thank you.
I suppose the one last question, point was on car parking and what the NPS UD set out. So it did require Tier 1 councils to remove all reference to minimum car parks. In my opinion, Kapiti took it that next step and did remove minimum car parks for all activities, not just in relation to residential. And there is currently 2 proposed plan changes going through with regards to accessible car parking and bicycle car parking.
Sorry, can you say that again slower? Sorry, are you saying that MPS directed it in relation to residential zones, but Kapiti went further, or no? What do you say?
No, sorry.
What did the Kapiti Council do that was going further?
I guess just the NPS was about urban development, and in terms of car parking minimums, the district plan removed all of them in relation to all activities. So that was in relation to when Ms. Taylor was talking about earlier, going
Right.
back to the old set where she considered the 4 car parks
Right,
under
okay.
those standards. Yes.
So the MPS directed it for all urban development irrespective of zones,
Yes.
but the council did that for all activities
Removed it from all activities.
across the
Yes.
district.
Correct.
Right,
Yes.
now I understand. That
Yes.
was
Sorry.
my confusion because I thought it related to urban development or urban zones or something. So, but
Yep, yep,
so
no, they-
Kapiti's taken the opportunity to,
Correct. Yep.
and that's operative.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
There are 2 plan changes currently, but they relate to accessible car parking
Yeah.
standards and bicycle car parking, or bicycle parking standards, sorry. But obviously the MPS, doesn't, it still leaves discretion for the panel to consider the effects of car parking, which have been addressed earlier. I guess it's also important to note that when we're really discussing demand of car parking, there is current capacity, plan change 2, which is in relation to the medium density residential standards, along with the wider NPSUD direction for councils. This does propose to upzone the town centre to allow for 6 stories. And the adjacent residential to 3 stories with no minimum car parking standards. So that's just a point of consideration. Yeah. Thank you.
So that's going through the 6 stories and the 3 stories and 3 units on one side. Yeah, is that
Yes,
right?
so they form part of the current proposed plan, but the 3 stories on residential sites currently forms part of the MDRS with legal effect on the directly adjacent residential zone site. Apologies, I stand corrected. Not quite, because the coastal environment is a qualifying matter on those directly adjacent properties.
Right, okay. But 6 stories in the commercial area. Well, some of it's
That
quite
is-
high already, isn't it?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
is currently what's being through the proposed plan change.
Right. Sorry, was it anything else or?
No, that was all the matters that related to questions that have come up today.
Jay, did you want to mix up?
Kia ora. So not relating to the themes you highlighted just now, but related to ecology. Have had a look at the ecological impact assessment and the proposed mitigation measures, and just want to understand the lizard management plan direction and draft conditions. So keen to hear more about that, please. Just because I can't quite see how we've arrived there.
So while there weren't any found as part of the ecological survey, it obviously was noted that some of that habitat could find some there. So it was very much a precautionary approach to be taken. So it's more a case of if something is found, then you prepare a management plan to respond appropriately.
Because also in the ecological impact assessment, there were a number of other fish passage type conditions or recommendations. So I'm just trying to understand why the lizard one in particular was proffered. And there are not many other impacts in that regard.
Yep, so a lot of the recommendations were in relation to the stream works, which actually form part of the conditions with the Greater Wellington regional consent, as this project doesn't actually have works within that stream itself. It didn't seem necessary to include them as they were already covered under the Greater Wellington consent. The lizard, there is a higher chance of impact on the lizard habitat with works to the actual ground. As such, that's why it was offered and not the others.
So can you just explain then the process to trigger that condition? Because I see that there's a lizard management plan condition. If one's found, or yeah, I guess I just want some more detail around that, if that's possible.
Yeah, I probably can't provide much more detail at this point, sorry.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Just picking up that point, did the ecology survey, do you know if that assessed the southern car park area?
I don't think it does, no.
I'm just wondering how that would actually work. You know, you're relying on a contractor the constructor to find the lizard. And then you do the plan and have to get that approved by the council, the regulator. You know, I'm also aware that you have to usually get a wildlife authority permit to handle the lizard and move it out of the way. And I believe those can take 6 months. So just wondering about the practicality of this condition. And if maybe there might be a different way of dealing with the issue.
Yeah, perhaps we can look into that one and
Okay.
address that condition.
It's just really whether it's going to be a practical condition in the unlikely event that a man on a digger finds a lizard. I think the normal practice is to do a pre-construction survey. And bearing in mind if the assessment hadn't related to the whole site, then there might be a way of addressing that aspect. If you can come back to us on that.
Okay, I just have a question around your paragraph 28 of your evidence where you talk about the significant amenity landscape. Probably more a question for Ms. Cray, but the SAL you say predominantly relates to the beach. The entire site is covered by a significant amenity landscape, but the policies only really apply to the beach. In the public areas of the four dunes and stream, including Chitoku Stream. So was the entire site not treated as a significant amenity landscape in the assessment? It's probably a Ms. Craig question, actually.
Yeah, I think I would have to defer that one to Ms. Cray.
There's an overlay, a significant amenity landscape overlay over the entire site. So I just wondered if you took that into consideration when you were doing your assessment of the car park and the building.
Yes, I have included assessment with reference to special amenity landscapes, both within my LVA and my evidence. And I referenced the special amenity landscape intent in paragraph 19 of my evidence.
Thank you. I'll have another read of that. Talked about the scale of the site coverage.
Perhaps you'll just jump in there. Yeah. Now, look, you talked to me about the your thoughts around the coastal hazard. I'm just interested in what expertise you're relying on for that, or are you to understand? I understand what you're saying is that you think because the crest of the dune is not changing, that are you saying that you think there'll be no impact on removing part of that dune in terms of the hazard risk that the submitters have identified?
I couldn't say with 100%. I don't have expertise in coastal hazards, so I couldn't say 100% there'd be no impact on those.
Have you had access to expertise that could address this? Or you just weren't aware of that?
Not for that particular space. I haven't spoken to anyone with expertise on that particular location.
So in your evidence, so you talked about some mapping and some work by Jacobs. Could you talk me through that?
Is that in relation to the works that Jacobs have done or the conclusions that I've reached?
The conclusions you've reached and how you've you've referenced the work that Jacobs done.
Yep. Jacobs' report more looked at the vulnerability and susceptibility of the coastal areas.
So that
in
wasn't
terms
specific
of-
to this project?
No, that was district wide.
Okay.
And looks at both coastal erosion, but also breaks it into specific areas with rivers and streams. So in these two particular locations, it reports that around the Te Uruhi building, the land has actually been, sorry, just trying to find the correct terminology.
Accreting.
Accreting,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah, so at the building site, it's actually been accreting over time. Whereas down at the car park is my understanding of the report that there is over the next 30, 50 and 100 years lines of erosion occurring, which the ones that are reported within my evidence are the worst case scenarios with a 1.6 metre high sea level rise.
And that would inundate this area?
That was my understanding, yes.
Yeah, okay. So I think the question I'm just trying to understand is, does the earthwork exacerbate that?
And I can't.
You can't answer that.
Answer that, sorry.
That's what I needed to understand. Thank you. So let me just check my notes. I'm going to come to conditions shortly, but so I asked an earlier question around the events, and there was reference to something in the plan that required a consent for temporary events. Can you tell me what the thresholds are for that? We'll come back to me if you need to reference that.
I'll just pull out the district plan.
Yep.
I've just got this here. So the threshold of the specific rule is actually for temporary events in all zones, which is either owned, vested in, or under the care, control and management of Kapiti Coast District Council. So in this case, that would be McLean Park. This sets out duration couldn't be longer than 3 days. Within 12 months, they've got operational hours. So Monday through to Thursday would be 10 to 7, 10 a.m. to 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. On Fridays and Saturdays, that would be 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. and on Sundays 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. they also have specific control measures to noise standards.
So there's no way of distinguishing, sorry, there's no way of distinguishing event from just the activities going on. Sorry, it's quite a different activity, isn't it, really? I think then.
Yeah.
So have we got a description of what the proposed uses are of the building? I'm just trying to work out if in the future we know what's been consented here. And I was also trying to understand before, you recall, what's been consented for the activity. It's just, I don't want to sort of, if we were of a mind to approve this, make it even more murky than it sort of already is in terms of what is the activity. So if you can say anything about what the existing activity is, then that might help me understand, because we're really only adding retail, I think, is what we're adding here. Is that right?
Correct. So my understanding, and Ms. Law may be able to correct me or step in if, to elaborate on the activity, but essentially the tour operations already exist as a permit, well, I presume a permitted activity, and have a concession from DOC for up to 160 permits.
So they don't
per
hold a
day.
land use consent from Kapiti Coast District Council.
I would have to double check on
Right,
what that
okay.
consent. I might just defer to Ms. Law.
Yeah,
she,
sure.
she can
Yeah.
speak a bit more.
We would need to double check the consent, but I think it just gives them the ability to launch from the mainland to go across to undertake their business, but we would need to double check the wording on that. But as far as the activity within the building, so the biosecurity associated with the operation as it stands, the visitor discovery centre is for people to come and, as we've heard, learn about what else there is to do from a tourism, a visitor perspective, and to learn about our cultural history from mana whenua and early settlers, and then that minor retail space, essentially coffee and cabinet food.
Okay. So I think it might be just useful to think about kind of codifying that in a condition, just to be able to confirm what this activity relates to. Look, I think it's not, I don't think it's a big deal. It's just that if we're going to end up with some, evening events or, weddings or something else like that, we probably want to revisit you'd want to revisit the traffic kind of, considerations and some other issues. And it's just being able to understand where it starts and stops really. But, perhaps because we've got a level of traffic activities, but perhaps that hasn't ever been kind of considered in terms of a existing resource consent. It's hard to know.
Yep, we can look into
Okay.
that. That's good.
Are you able to just direct me to what the most relevant policy is in the plan about views? We've sort of heard that the plan doesn't protect views, so there must be some policies around residential amenity, or is there a policy that says the plan doesn't protect views, or what?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure if views is explicitly stated in the
Right.
policies. But
Maybe what does it say about amenity generally?
Can I clarify, when you're talking about amenity, are you referring to the amenity of the receiving environment being the urban environment, or the amenity that is enjoyed and experienced at McLean Park?
Yeah, so maybe we could start with the NPSUD, because I'm not sure that it's about. I thought the requirement to expect change around amenity was more about from urban development within the urban area. So we're talking about a area that's zoned for open space. So I'd be looking at a policy that's in that zone and what's it saying about offsite effects.
So just in regards to the NPS UD, it refers to amenity in urban environments, and urban environments itself isn't explicitly defined as being restricted to a particular zone. Urban environment is quite holistic, and it considers not just the zone in which a building, whether it's commercial or a residential or a house, is placed, but an urban environment is defined by all those supporting areas and environments that support that urban environment. It talks about land or areas in the NPSUD that cater for a certain number of people, and I would suspect the number of people that are living in the immediate area would exceed that threshold currently. And so when the NPSUD is referring to, particularly in relation to policy 6, in relation to the amenity that is expected in an urban environment, that is urban in character, I think that it would be hard to say that McLean Park, which has a number of skating facilities, car parks, toilets, it's a modified, it's a maintained part of that urban environment. And so when referring specifically to amenity and the amenity values of McLean Park, and in particular the receiving environment, what policy 6 does direct decision makers, which affects urban environments, what it essentially says though that it's probably better to read
Sorry, can I, sorry.
Yep.
I'm just trying to understand the status of your contribution here, because you're not giving evidence, are you?
I was supporting Emma in
Right,
the preparation of her evidence, so trying to assist in the clarification of how the NPSUD relates to the urban
I'm asking for direction from the plan.
From the plan?
Yes, on the issue.
So when considering the natural open space on policies, there is nothing that directs to effects on amenity or the like of
Or neighbouring properties?
Of neighbouring properties.
Right, okay.
They're generally direct to on site.
Right, thank you. Sorry, and when you were talking about natural hazards before, has the work that Jacobs has done around the sea level rise stuff, has that been incorporated into the district planning? Do you know, in terms of any plan changes to give effect to section 6 of the RMA?
My understanding is it has not today, not publicly. Anyway.
Right. So if we're thinking back to the legal submissions that we've received from your council, then we would be advised to be considering at least the natural hazards component of section 6. If the plan hasn't been updated to, has the plan been updated to reflect section 6 of the RMA in terms of natural hazards? That's my question.
The district plan?
Correct.
Yeah, no, it has not been. The current district plan is not updated to reflect the natural hazards that particularly coastal hazards that we've outlined today.
So there's no particular controls that relate to the mapping that's been done or give effect to
under
the full effect to the NPS, section 6 being introduced to us. Oh, whichever one it is on natural hazards being introduced to section 6 of the RMA.
No, so there are operative provisions from the previous plan that relate to coastal hazards, and that was, as Ms. Gray referenced earlier, was the coastal build line. But none of the Jacobs or nothing has been updated in the plan.
Right, okay, thanks.
Can you direct us to the plan that shows in the application the coastal build line? I do remember seeing it somewhere, but I just can't remember whose evidence it was in.
So is that plan in the application or the district plan? Sorry.
In the application.
I don't believe it's actually shown on any of the plans for the Te Uruhi building plans, but it is illustrated on the Becker plans for the southern car park.
Sorry, did you have any follow-up on that? No. Do you think there's a permitted baseline for this proposal?
Given the site coverage already on the site, there wouldn't be any permitted baselines in terms of buildings for the site.
And earthworks?
Earthworks is 50 cubic meters in 5 years, or to a level of 1 meter.
Now I've written down somewhere reading 10 square meters or 20 cubic meters, 10 or 20. Maybe that was from Mr. Anderson's report.
That would be in the flood hazard, yes.
And
So,
is the car park in the flood hazard?
which car park?
The one with the earthworks?
No, the southern car park has it has a small slither, as outlined in paragraph. Sorry, I'll just find that. In paragraph 77 of my evidence, the flood hazard is shown to have an RL of 3.7 and the car park design level is RL 4 above the small area of ponding.
So what does that mean for earthworks in that location? So is it, what's the 10 and 20 about, or 50?
So the 50 is within the natural open space or general open space
Right.
zones.
Yeah.
The 10 is for stream corridors
Yeah.
and the 20 is for ponding.
So we're
Hazards.
not in any of those for the bulk of that car park.
For the bulk of that car park, yes, we're not in.
So
any of
50
those
cubic
hazards.
meters is the baseline for the earthworks. There was a geotechnical report that was recommended a condition around foundation design. That I think for the piles is for the building. But that's not been included. I'm wondering if there was a reason for that. Or if it is included and I missed it.
There's no particular reason for why that's not there.
Okay. You've suggested a condition regarding preparing a lighting plan with input from the submitters closest to the Te Uruhi buildings. Have you discussed that condition with them? And are you aware of whether they're willing to participate in that process?
We have not discussed that condition with them, no.
Okay. Just when you assess the regional policy statement, you haven't considered the plan change to that statement. Do you think that's relevant, or?
I probably just didn't include that. I agreed with the conclusions reached in Mr. Anderson's
Okay.
assessment of those.
So you haven't examined those policies yourself specifically, the new ones? I had looked at some ones that have changed, but I think there's a number of new ones perhaps as well around climate change and transport type things.
I'm aware of some of those. However, no, I have not looked into those specifically in relation to this project.
Okay. So in paragraph 140, when you're talking about natural character and the back part of the dune being already modified, are you talking about the modifications for the car parks either side? That's what you mean in there?
Yeah, that in the wider area, and that it's modified in the fact that it is mown grass.
Yep. Okay. Okay, I just want to just run through a couple of the conditions. Have you been, you're comfortable that we need all these drawings and none of them are duplicates or inconsistent? It's quite a long list. And I've
Yep.
struggled to find the information on some of them, I have to say.
There aren't any duplicates in there, and I consider that they're all necessary.
Okay. Yeah, I thought perhaps the car parking ones, the Becker ones and the rate ones were maybe reasonably similar, but perhaps the detail was different around the parking widths. On the So just turning to this lighting condition or conditions, just talk me through the rationale with having them in two conditions. You've got the lighting plan at number 7, and then you've got lighting plan at number 25. Is there a reason? And then 26.
There's no reason that they are separate. They could be put together as they do refer to one another.
So what's the idea of the different ones, or the Is there some logic or?
Condition 7 sets out essentially the requirement of a prior to commencement of work to create a lighting plan. And then conditions 25 and 26 outline what that lighting plan must entail, with specific references to certain types of lighting, and then the purpose of what they're aiming to achieve.
So with condition 26, C2, you seem to be requiring compliance with 3 different categories. You've got the PP1, 2, and 3, and then more than that. Sorry, I'm just. Are you able to explain to me why we've got references to all these categories, and how do we know where everything goes?
Yep.
Presumably they're different standards of lighting.
Correct, for certain for different elements. So that
Is there a design plan that says where all these areas are or something, or?
a design plan for the lighting, or
Yeah.
not at this stage. That's the intention of condition 7, is to have prior to works commencing is to provide a lighting plan, which relates to these standards. So my understanding of these standards, in consultation with an expert in the area, is that these different tables relate to different types of lighting. So point 2 talks about pedestrian and cycleways as well as the car park, and so they are actually accounted for in different tables of that Australian New Zealand standards.
But I think you're referencing, to comply with that. I'm not sure whether you're saying you've got to have one of each subcategory, the standard, or whether you can do any of them, in which case the condition's not really adding anything.
I would have to double check, but when I was being talked through those standards, there's an average, a minimum, and a maximum in some of those categories. So I'd have to check whether that's actually what those are referring to, rather than different categories, different separate categories.
I think we need to understand what the condition is requiring. I'm just not that clear. And I don't know myself, but it sounds like it's referencing a whole lot of different standards. So I'm just wondering how that's going to work as a condition.
Yep, we can provide further comment on that.
Thank you. And then we've got restriction on hours, and we've got outside lighting on the vertical planes of the building be installed on site to comply with section 3. I mean, I think the main thing that we need to be kind of conditioning is probably the things that are affecting the residential amenity. I mean, that's the reason for including it. So possibly, I mean, the septet issues, yeah, there just might be more than what we need in here related to RMA issues. So I'm not sure, yeah, because we haven't got any expert to explain it to us. I just want to make sure that we're not, that we know what we're putting conditions on, and at the moment I don't know.
Yeah.
So yeah, so and then we've got 26, which is then introducing, so the first one seems to be talking about hard standards, but lots of them. And the second one then is talking about minimizing effects, which is uncertain. So I'm just trying to see if we could perhaps rationalize it to be a little bit more clear and straightforward. So I'll let you think about that one. You've got the requirement in 27 for this development engineer to look at water reticulation and wastewater. I did note that there was a request from the regulatory agency for a construction traffic management plan. I'm not sure that that's particularly essential necessarily. I wouldn't have thought there's great construction traffic here, but can we just understand whether that needs to be incorporated into any of these existing conditions or not? It hasn't been addressed by the planners or the applicant's traffic engineer, but I did note that there was a desire for one.
I guess in terms of planning effects, in terms of traffic, you know, I didn't necessarily think there would be need for one, but as a potentially a traffic safety issue, I would have to.
Oh, look, that's fine. It just hasn't been addressed in any of the planning evidence. If that was deliberate or an oversight to include or not include it, I couldn't see it in there. So yeah,
As far it hasn't been a deliberate omission.
right. But I'm not suggesting it needs to be in there. I'm just trying to close it out, really. Talked about the lizard management one. Just want to make sure if we're having a lizard condition that's going to be practicable. All right, the landscape condition. Which one's that? Landscape plan. I'm just wondering if it's, so there's been an arborist report done on this project, is that right?
Yes, that's correct for the Te Uruhi site.
Yeah. And there's just some comments around about vegetation to be retained. I'm just wondering if that needs a bit more clarity on what, are there not measures that are from that assessment that can be brought through, or? Oh, it's just, yeah, I'm just saying it's quite uncertain which trees are being protected and the means by which they're to be protected.
I suppose that there is nothing in the condition specifically that says how they'll be retained. However, the landscape plans approved under condition 1 do specifically also refer to pohutukawas that are existing to be retained.
The landscape plans show that.
Correct.
Which drawing is that? No.
Landscape finishes plan L101.
Is that just in some of the notes? Yeah, the which ones that are being protected, which trees are being protected, and the method for protection.
It's
You
not
mean the site
included in the
plan A?
key.
I'm just saying, if it's important to be retaining those trees, the condition's quite vague. So can we tighten that up to
we
be
can.
more clear?
Yep, we can look to clear
Yeah.
that condition.
If it's, yeah, it seems to have been quite an important issue for the landscape assessment.
L103 as well as existing to be retained. Existing to be relocated.
All right, my paperwork's just gotten an absolute mess here, sorry. My fault. Yeah, look, I think, there's an opportunity to just reference that particular, that those things are shown on our drawing, so it's helpful. And I'm not sure if the method for protection has been prescribed already. I haven't read the arborist assessment in detail, but normally that would be if there's been an arborist assessment, so maybe we need to just reference that. Yeah, so I think that's all I've got. Anyone else?
I'd suggest that the key is probably a little bit ambiguous. The only difference between the existing tree to retain and existing tree relocated is a very small T or an R on the notation. It might just need to be a different symbol. So you'd lose it if it was a small scale drawing. I can just see it disappearing.
No worries, we'll look into that condition and see if we can refine it. To be
Also,
more
the
specific.
method of protection, I don't know how that's going to be documented. Would it be on a plan or?
Yep, we will look into that. That is detailed in the methodology by the arborist. But
Yeah, look, it can just be cross-referenced to that document. Yeah. And just to be clear, we're just inquiring about the conditions. It doesn't mean we've already made a decision. It's just that this is our opportunity to question the planner on the robustness of the conditions. So, but please don't be assuming that we've already made a decision on this, because that's not the purpose of the question. So, thanks. If my fellow commissioners don't have any further questions, then I think we've probably done a good stint for the day. Look, I appreciate everyone's cooperation and patient participation with us today. It's been much appreciated. For those of you in the back of the room, hopefully you've heard most of what we've been talking about, and I thank you for your patient and quiet observation of things today. It's much appreciated. It's enabled us to run pretty smoothly through today. So we're slightly over time, but not too bad. So tomorrow, I think there's nothing you wanted to cover off today, including the applicant's case. Sorry, I should provide you that opportunity, but then I was just going to cover off what's happening tomorrow.
Thanks, Michelle, but perhaps, well, could I address you really briefly on a couple of things? Well, one perhaps talking about the right of reply, and we'll be able to address you at the end of tomorrow if that's appropriate, but there might be some matters you'd rather us take some more time to consider and provide you with a written reply on, but we can come back to that tomorrow, I suggest. Unless the commissioners had any particular thoughts about that now.
Oh, look, I'm in your hands really, but yeah, I mean, we'd be keen to conclude it if we can, and we're happy to sit on Wednesday if that's more suitable. We've got the day for Wednesday allocated. But yeah, we'd rather have the issues responded to and be able to make a decision. So it's it's your call.
Okay.
How you want to do that.
And the second point might be related to that or might not. It's just coming back and sort of taking stock on the coastal hazards questioning in relation to the southern car park and kind of where we're at on that. And it's been an interesting discourse to follow. And of course, you're right, Commissioner, that Section 6H has come in relatively recently. Since then, there's been a plan review process in the district, which is well known, including how it initially dealt with coastal hazards, and then subsequently that part of the plan was withdrawn, leaving us with the coastal hazard lines from the previous operative plan, and perhaps something of a lacuna in a planning sense.
You might know more about that than me. I'm just looking at this.
Right.
Yep.
And as you say, though, quite rightly, plan change 1 to the RPS, recently notified, but obviously not tested, has some provisions in there around climate change effects and planning for coastal hazards and other hazards. And there's been talk, of course, about the Jacobs work, the district-wide work that Jacobs has been doing, obviously intended to feed into the plan process that is to come. Jacobs has provided specific advice on this project as well,
Oh,
actually
okay.
before the commissioners, but not specifically in relation to the question that we've been that you've been discussing with witnesses. So we've been trying to work out if they could be available to address you or provide some written material for you, obviously with an appropriate process around that for submitters to consider it and comment on it if necessary.
Yeah.
Haven't had a clear answer on that yet, so it's all a bit up in the air. And Ms. McLean gave you answers on this. I've sort of come back to things like the photo viewpoint 13, showing the before and after as represented there of the works in the car park. And we've heard about the crest remaining as it is and the integrity of the dune, remaining, and the stabilization of the worked part of the dune. The addition of some planting in and around in terms of roughness and things. And kind of am wondering how material the commissioners think this is, and so in terms of the options around adducing extra evidence from a witness, trying to make someone available for you to question them.
Look, it's just having some assurance that it's not going to do what the submitters are concerned it's going to do. I mean, we just need to know that digging that toe out isn't going to undermine the feature, which is part of the protection from the coast.
Okay, well,
yeah, I mean, I don't know the answer to the question, which is why I'm asking it. It might be a storm in a teacup, but I certainly am aware of it in the context of other structures, in the context of stop banks on rivers.
Yes.
It can be a concern, but it can, usually be engineered away, possibly. I don't know, but I don't know the answer here, which is why I'm asking the question.
Fine, yeah, I understand. Yeah, so finding out the availability of witnesses is one question. Another one, which we'll reflect on with Ms. McLean and the team here, is a condition response, again, around engineers certification. There's already a role for engineer, and plans to be submitted. Equally, the landscape planting and other planting might have a role in terms of increasing roughness of the back part of that dune slope. So there might be a conditioned and a certification process that might be able to give the commissioners some sort of comfort in this area, but we'll reflect on things overnight.
Yeah, look, it's also going to be a question for the regulator, and I think Mr. Anderson had access to a development engineer who, in his words, didn't raise any concerns with it. It's just not quite the same as saying it's not going to be a problem. Yeah, so he might have access to the advice we're after, which might be an alternative. I'm not too bothered where it comes from.
Yes, I'll talk to Mr. Anderson there.
Yeah. So,
okay, thank you.
I don't want to, I just want to know that it's been actively considered rather than passively not raised. So.
Understood. Yeah, grateful. Very grateful for that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Look, now just conscious that I go back to my notes from this morning. I think the submitters that are due to speak first thing tomorrow were not here, but they may have subsequently arrived. We've got the Barbara and Gary Ashton, Andrew and Liana Burgess, Bruce Barnett and Fred Davey. Are any of those people here? Okay. Fred Davey has COVID. People still getting that, eh? Are you, sorry, I mean, you're probably, right. Okay. Okay, so we're going to have him on Zoom. Right, good to know. And then, as far as we know, the Ashtons are still coming tomorrow. You're not too sure? That's okay. It's just if anyone knows if there's any update to this. And Bruce Barnett, he's not here. Okay, so maybe they They may not. Okay. So all I'm saying is if we get here in the morning and these parties aren't here, then hopefully the other submitters will be, happy to go a little bit sooner. So that's just what I'm wanting to just signal. We'll obviously take people in the order if they're here. If they're not, we'll just try and keep moving rather than have people sitting around. If that's okay, if that doesn't work for anyone, then we'll accommodate that, but just to give you some warning. And then we'll try and stick to our breaks a bit better tomorrow, perhaps. And then we'll hear from the rest of you. So is there any questions about the process for tomorrow? Otherwise, we'll adjourn for the day and thank everybody for their participation. It's much appreciated. See you tomorrow.